Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Ay sinati untungu tagi tiningo puthagu zatiwa saka hau zangen undingu lohuli hagi pani zahan lagu gi matamu zahapata tu maski pabel sangan lo tu hongi telu na ponna puti du na pagu ni guahu gagagi magagi fionmu aku magi ga pagang dadu sangan ni historia tahabu zamu aku magi ga pagang dadu sangan ni historia tahabu zamu ai sinati unhongi nai kura sonhu ku makati ai putagu ai lohagu itelu ai magai tin hasu na putagu tu na nemi na mafatu long na karu gi zagwahu zan magai na tizamu zabia hana zani na anu na junungu aku magi ga pagabu zadu sangan ni suram sahabu zamu aku magi ga pagabu zadu sangan ni suram sahabu zamu aku magi ga pagabu zadu sangan ni suram sahabu zamu aku magi ga pagabu zadu sangan ni suram sahabu zamu
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Ya dao ku mahulu bisan hada Samzu todu iman hoben night samoru fanatu data fan panidosu da esti sweateta night todu bunito na lugar island gone Bonito na lugar island gone Bonito na lugar island gone island gone
Kau sinja uli di sombranzelten mak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Politanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria A big is the same Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas el para. Toru y tempo y paz, paraíso, zangin in ilan in a bendy.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning. Good
Welcome
morning,
back.
everyone. Good,
Good-
morning,
yes.
those of you who are now high school graduates.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of comments so far.
Oh.
People thanking, saying congratulations to graduates. We also got one from Anita Materney Blas McCabe. Big shout out
Mikhail
to the
Hol-
class of 76,
Right on. Wait.
celebrating 45 years
Oh.
Wow.
after they turned the tassel, received their diploma, turned the rings.
Yep. That was face-to-face grad back then, right?
Yeah.
It was face-to-face. Hey, good morning, everyone. It's 6:20. Good morning, guys. Come on. How we doing? Doing good? Right on. You doing good or you doing good, 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 good? How are you doing, Jason?
Doing well.
Right?
Thank you.
So how was your first day back at work yesterday?
Surprisingly, I was like, wow, I had a hard time getting back to the pace because like here it's like 200 miles per hour from the moment you walk in to the moment you get for some of us. But it was like, yeah, it was fun to be back.
Right? Yeah, you definitely turned it up.
Everybody was saying, I don't
yeah.
know if it was like
No, it wasn't a conspiracy. They were right. They
everybody was saying it
yeah.
was really quiet here when I wasn't here.
Oh,
And then
Yeah.
Oh,
And
It
then
was-
you-
wait.
loud.
Some say quiet. I say it's peaceful.
I can see that too. Like Adriana in the back, she's like, man, it was different without you here. It was
Yeah.
like,
Why'd you come
quiet.
back?
Yeah.
Man, it was different. It's like better.
No.
No, it wasn't. We missed you yesterday, dude. Well, we missed you when you were on leave.
so you missed me yesterday. You missed me when I was like standing right in front of you. Thanks, bro.
That was a psychological slip.
Yeah.
It's 6:21. It's Wednesday.
That'd be Dr. Freud on line 1 over there.
Yeah, it's June 2nd. Oh my God, it's June 2nd.
Hey, June.
People, why you come so fast?
All the high school kids are graduating.
Class.
Yeah. Remember to stay 6 feet apart.
And wear your mask, or they're gonna get mad.
Yeah.
Bree, jump in, Bree. Spit, spit, spit,
I got nothing.
spit, spit.
I don't think that's exactly what John Lennon meant, but like.
No,
it's-
right on. Hey, it's a
we
new
appreciate
time. It's
Oh,
6:21.
no, actually, that was Paul McCartney, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was the
Oops.
Beatles. They were a thing.
Yeah.
It's 6:21 Wednesday, Hump Day.
The week is half over.
Wow.
The year is half over.
Yeah. Whoa. Good morning. The show is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points. Get your points, guys. Make your points at all Shella Foodies locations. Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. Coming up, we have Cover Me.
And that's a good one.
It is.
Okay, did you actually conspire or communicate with Uncle Ken?
Yeah.
Yeah, King Conception.
Uncle
father,
Ken.
Father,
Uncle
yeah,
Ken.
father. I mean, we call him here Uncle Ken out of immense respect for him. I always knew he could play guitar, and I knew
Yeah.
he's really got chops. You're gonna see him on this because he and several other veterans, they played for Memorial Day, and he wailed. He could really shred.
Yeah, he's a shredder.
Yeah, I mean he's the most
Yep,
humble
yep.
guy. too,
Ninja
so-
Turtles hate him because he's a shredder.
But I mean, he let loose on that and everything.
Yeah,
and
and so it was actually a concert they did, Jay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, but there was a whole concert for Memorial Day that a lot of the older folks put on,
Mhm.
and Uncle Ken was asked to play, and he did.
Who's the one Chamorro artist? Was it Ben Lam? We'd see him like play like around, and he would I believe he served
Wears a
in-
cowboy hat.
Yeah, well, the infantry hat.
Oh,
I mean that's the horsebound cavalry.
yeah, is that Ben Lam?
Is it Ben or
I gotta see. I mean, you know Ben Lam when you hear him.
yeah? But whenever we would play, I'd be like, hey man, that's the cavalry.
Yeah, because also Danny Orlino would.
Oh, Danny.
Danny plays for the veterans. a
And
lot.
and Danny
Yeah.
has that one song that he
Yes,
always
that
plays.
they always
on-
play at the
yeah,
memorial.
Yeah, about Chiguyan.
Right.
Yeah.
That's something we'll probably talk about later too. Liberation memorials and all that
That's
stuff.
coming up, too.
Yeah, that's coming up. Bree, it's coming up.
Yes, it is. And the Mayor's Council is actually having a meeting today.
Wow. What kind of Liberation Day are we gonna have? There's no parade though, right?
There's going to be a virtual parade.
Has it been already a year? Because I remember on this show, Bree said, "Hey Chris, you got to handle like the last like hour of the show because Jason and I are gonna go up to the Dedido mayor's office when the mayor's council was having a meeting over there about a year ago,
Yeah.
and we just approached them and we're like, hey, you know, like mayors and everything like that, we'd like to help out and do something to help. And you know, we realize that you guys got a million things going on and everything like that, but you know, KUM's got your back and we'll figure something out for Liberation Day. But that was a year ago.
Yeah, it was. Liberation virtually last year. And what do you think, Bree? Are we getting is it a hybrid liberation this year? Is it going to be part virtual Zoom and then part show up in person?
What?
Yeah. I don't
No.
know. Okay.
We're just waiting to hear. I think Guadalupe's going to be making an announcement about Liberation.
That's
Alright.
interesting how with the tie-in with Liberation Day on
Right.
July 21st and Adelup because that's also
The
the,
herd
the
immunity
target day
yeah,
for
yeah.
with Operation Liberate Guam.
Right.
Is
There's
that
so
what
many
it's-
operations.
Yeah. I mean, there isn't going to be like everybody, let's go to Marine Corps Drive and
Yeah.
line up and
Right,
fire up the
yeah.
barbecue and camp and, you know, hoo ha ha. No, it's not going to
Hoo
be
hoo
like
ha
that.
ha hee hee.
Yeah.
I had an operation of my own when I was on vacation. It was Operation watch an entire Major League Baseball game from beginning to end. I didn't get it done.
So yeah, it took you 2 weeks.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of the Rockies game for like maybe 2.5 innings, and then I just kept falling asleep.
Okay. 6:26. Jay, who's coming up on the show today?
Oh.
Hey Jay, what do you say?
Yeah.
Who's on the show today?
Coming up on the show on the link, right here on the Breeze 93.9 FM. Hey, with Chris and the Springboard.
Right on.
Is that how you guys used to do it, like back in the
No.
radio days?
Not me. There are DJs who talk like that, but I just
Yeah.
always talk regular. And people would always be like, "Hey, you sound just like how you sound on the radio." And I'm like, "Well, how do you expect me to talk on the radio?
Yeah.
You expect me to talk like this? Hey, everybody, it's your Wild Morning Zany Zoo crew.
There you
Sabrina
go.
Salas Matanati. All right. That'd be crazy. if I
It's Gusser and the Needle. This Sunday. But, you know,
Yeah, we don't.
yeah, we aspire to that, but okay. So on the show today, we have got 3 lovely local ladies who also happen to be members of your elected legislature. Coming up at 6:45, Senator Sabina Perez, the Democrat, will be joining us. Then about 20 minutes later, Senator Tello Taitigui from the GOP will be joining us. And then Madam Speaker herself, Therese Terlahi, jumps in at 7:30. John Fernandez jumps in for his, is it weekly or bi-weekly? His report on what's going on with the Guam Department of Education. He's probably got a lot of very complimentary and very heartfelt things to say about the graduation season.
Yeah.
Then we are going to talk with our good friend Sarah Thomas Nedadog, who
Oh no,
oversees-
she's coming on Friday.
Oh, she okay.
Yeah.
So Joe, I guess we got to scratch that one, Joe, sir. And then there's a really cool event going on. We're going to bring on some local farmers at 9:30 as we head to the end of the show over at Chamorro Village. Chamorro Village is back, baby. And we're going to talk to some farmers about an event that they are doing for Father's Day. It's called Nihi sa Celebra si Tata. You can take care of your dad. And if you, they've got this real cool program where if you want to give your dad, you know, some plants, some
Yeah.
seeds, some agricultural stuff, you know, so many fathers out there, you know. Are you one of those dads, Chris, where like kind of like your leisure activity or, you know, to decompress, to kind of like wind down and everything would be like working out in the yard?
Yeah, occasionally. Usually I like to wind down and stuff by just winding down.
There you go. Wind down on Netflix.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk to some of the farmers. who-
Netflix and children.
There you go. So we are going to talk to some
Go
of
and
these.
trademark that, Joe. Let's put it on a T-shirt. Netflix and
We
children.
need a lawyer in this thing for
Yeah.
all the copyrights we got to file and patents. Yeah, so we'll be bringing on some farmers talking about how they are making their wares available so that you can treat your dad for Father's Day, which by the way is Father's Day is what, guys? 21st?
Nobody cares, Jay.
Wow.
Sorry.
I'll tell you who knows.
Nobody cares about the dads. Nobody cares.
Hey Google, when is Father's Day?
Nobody cares. See, even Google.
Will be on Sunday, June 20th,
Okay.
2021.
Right on.
Okay, Sunday, June 20th.
Right on.
Okay, so we got about 3 weeks until Father's Day, so we're going to talk to our friends from Chamorro Village and give you some ideas about how you can,
When is
Best
night
way-
market, dude?
huh?
When is night market?
I will have to ask. Well,
Okay.
so coming on is Dr. Marilyn Salas, who's my auntie, my dad's second youngest
Right.
sister.
Oh, so Jason's auntie's coming on,
Yes.
guys. So Auntie Marilyn.
So Auntie Mern, if you call her Marilyn and everything like that, you have to call her Auntie Mern because
Auntie Mern, okay.
But she herself is a farmer, and she raises these wonderful little bananas, and she's going to talk about what's going on at Chamorro Village because she's got a shop down there.
Right on. We had a question in the comments here. Wow, I totally forgot about this. Jovi Castro comments in, real quick question. When is the delay of the minimum wage going to be reinstated?
Believe it's September.
September 1st. Yep, that's right. How do you guys feel about that out there? Because remember, it was at the time they delayed it. I mean, obviously, the economy was like shot, and there was really no sunshine in sight, if you will. But how do you feel? Do you feel now that things are really popping, man? It's really thriving out there. There's a lot of money out there circulating. But yeah, anyway, it goes into effect September 1st. So.
Wipes up, guys.
Wipes up minimum wage. Didn't wait till September.
Oh.
Thank you. It's 6:30. Yeah, Jovi, September 1st. Sorry. Thank your senators and your governor. Who else we got here on our Facebook Live? Maggie Monroe Anderson. Good morning. So happy to hear about Chamorro Village coming back. I know, night market. Why can't we do night market? Is there a reason? Because they do the food truck thing, and that's like crazy. It's like 5 times busier than night market.
Okay, yeah. So Chamorro Village Night Market is probably the most well-known, but also they have like a lot of the villages themselves have their, you know, because Manila has a big, thriving night market.
Yeah.
What other villages?
It was on Thursdays. So it was Chamorro Village on Wednesdays, Manila on Thursdays, and then sometimes there would be one at Jigo on Fridays.
Does Agate have?
Agate.
At Second Besita? I mean, we're
just looking at Sabrina.
We all know about the Mango Festival.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I was wondering, I mean, why can't we? Because usually, I mean, some people say, oh, night market is for tourists, but man, if you had a night market, locals would go, definitely. And I mean, it's outdoors, you do the social distancing, you know what I mean? It's a good way to help some of these, I mean, because these vendors at you find at night market, they don't have a small business, like brick and mortar type place, you know what I mean? They don't. It's 6:31, so that's who's coming up on the show this morning. Again, we're going on KUAM TV at 8 a.m. We're on the breeze right now, 93.9 FM. Good morning. Facebook Live also, it's going off here. We'll greet you guys coming up in a bit, but we're getting that look from Sabrina now, which means it's time to get into the news.
It's the let's get the show started at Tambaba look.
Yeah. Resting at Tambaba.
Yeah, you can have a mask over your mouth, but if you see like the eyes, that means it's time.
That means Jason went too far. 6:30.
I've seen that a lot over the last 22 years.
It is 6:32 now on the second day of June with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salzman-Tanani. Good morning, Bree.
Hoffit, everybody. Anthony Sellis pled guilty to negligent homicide as a third-degree felony and was sentenced to 3 years in jail, but all suspended. Sellis appeared for a change of plea hearing Tuesday. He must pay $20,000 in restitution to the victim, George Dionis's family, of which he is to pay the first $10,000 within a week for funeral costs. It was on November 2nd, 2018, when Sellis punched elderly Dionis in the face. Sellis' next court appearance was set for August 26th. A major drug case involving over 800 grams of meth was unsealed in district court, with Jose Tenorio Quitaguat Jr. pleading guilty to attempted possession of 50 or more grams of meth with intent to distribute. According to his plea agreement, on November 2nd, 2017, U.S. Postal Inspectors executed a search warrant for a package addressed to Nadine Quitaguat. Investigators seized 868 grams of meth and replaced it with sham. Then a controlled delivery was conducted 5 days later, with Quitaguat picking up the package in Mingilao. A traffic stop was conducted in Dededo, where he was arrested. Quitaguat allegedly told investigators that he was supposed to turn over the package to an individual identified as initials JC in exchange for money, and that he knew the package contained meth. His sentencing was scheduled for August 26th. 30-year-old Jico Ruffini has been arrested for stabbing a man from behind, according to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau. On Memorial Day, officers responded to the stabbing complaint in Dededo. Preliminary reports suggest the victim and Ruffini were drinking when an argument ensued, and suddenly Ruffini stabbed him in the back. The victim was immediately transported to the Guam Regional Medical City for treatment and care. Ruffini was arrested for aggravated assault and subsequently booked and confined. The case has been forwarded to the AG's office. A traffic stop resulted in the arrest of robbery suspect 32-year-old Curtis Victor Diaz. The Guam Police Department reports that on May 31st, police conducted the stop along Route 4 in Sinahanya when they discovered meth and drug paraphernalia during a search of a Lexus. Diaz was the driver of the car. He was transported to the Central Precinct Command for further investigation. According to GPD, a background check revealed that Diaz was wanted for questioning related to a robbery and theft of motor vehicle investigation from December 3rd, 2020 in Agate. Diaz faces a slew of charges, including robbery, theft of a motor vehicle, assault, illegal possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. Disconnections continue for GPA customers who are well behind in their bills, but even though the moratorium for non-payment has been lifted, GPA says it will still try to work out a payment plan to help keep the lights on. Nestor Lecanto reports.
But those that are delinquent or seriously delinquent, I mean, everyone will, but those most especially seriously delinquent, who have that balance divided by 12, and then they have to pay their regular bill plus that balance, otherwise disconnection will occur.
GPA General Manager John Beneventi says as of June 1st, there were about 3,500 customers that were delinquent.
I see the lobby a lot busier than usual this morning.
And it doesn't get any easier from here. GPA got approval from the CCU to raise the fuel surcharge starting in August. On average, residential bills will increase by $57 a month. Beneventi says they've tried to absorb the steep increase in the price of global oil, but can do so no longer.
By this July, we'll be $30 million under recovered. And there's not that much more cash to maintain, to be able to buy the oil tankers, because now a tanker of fuel will cost about $20 million. So we have to collect and we have to pay.
Beneventi has met with the governor, who has expressed interest in providing American Rescue Plan funding to help stave off a rate increase. But in the meantime,
we have to be financially stable. We have bond obligations. We have bond covenants.
Yeah.
If we're not, then we're going to go from back. Really, we're very fortunate that we're financially still sound, and we were able to advance all of this cash throughout the period, but we can degrade much more from where we are. Otherwise, we will now begin to feel the impacts.
A final decision by the Public Utilities Commission on the rate increase is expected at its meeting in late July. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
But we can degrade much more from where we are. Otherwise, we will now begin to feel the impacts.
A final decision by the Public Utilities Commission on the rate increase is expected at its meeting in late July. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
An OPA audit released Tuesday confirms a previous administration announcement that the government's general fund ended fiscal year 2020 with a $46 million surplus. The cumulative deficit was reduced to just $1.5 million from $47.8 million the previous fiscal year. But the audit notes that public employee pension and benefit liabilities still leave GovGuam's total deficit at more than $2.4 billion. The audit finds that withholding tax from pandemic unemployment assistance, quote, substantially contributed to reducing the deficit. GovGuam reported about $325 million in income tax revenue in FY 2020, which is an increase of $44 million over the previous fiscal year. But gross receipts tax revenue, a measure of the business activity, decreased from $315 million in FY 19 to $296 million in fiscal year 2020. And here is more news with Isaiah Uggan.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Couches, coolers, washers, and dryers are just some of the many white goods you may see on the side of the road. Illegal dumping continues to make a foul mess of the island. Tyler Matsinani spoke with the Guam Solid Waste Authority to find out what services they offer that help combat the clutter.
Guam Solid Waste Authority General Manager Larry Gast says that one of the first things he noticed when he got on Guam was the illegal dumping problem.
After I saw a couple of fires on the south end near the roadways, you saw all these white goods that were just sitting on the side of the road that people dump. White goods are basically what you would think of as an appliance.
Each GSWA customer is subscribed to garbage and recycling collection and is entitled to 2 bulky waste pickups a year.
Which could be a reclining chair, it could be a couch, it could be a washer, it could be a dryer, a dishwasher, something that you have that you don't want anymore.
Gast says it was then that he started advocating for an island-wide collection program, to which he says, based on meetings with Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, is something she's very much interested in. In order for that to happen, several legislative changes would have to be made before the program can take off.
If it gets approved, the biggest drawback is going to be getting the equipment.
But the crazy current state of supply systems around the world has made purchasing new trucks and equipment quite difficult. Gast has contacted 17 different dealerships in Florida alone, but none of them had any trucks on the lot.
We could probably start phasing in and, probably start in the north end of the island or south end or one spot. As we get one truck, we could include more people. Get another truck, include more people.
Gast hopes to start rolling out the island-wide collection program by the middle of 2022. Solid waste is one of the items covered under the CARES Act, which is how GSWA looks at purchasing a total of 12 specialized vehicles. To find out more on GSWA and to register for their services, contact their office at 646-3111. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Anthony Celis pleads guilty to negligent homicide as a third-degree felony and was sentenced to 3 years in jail, but all suspended. Celis appeared for a change of plea hearing Tuesday morning with alternate public defender Annie Gell. As stated in court, he must pay a $20,000 restitution fine to the deceased victim, George Dionis, of which he is to pay the first $10,000 within a week to the family for funeral costs. According to KUAM files, it was on November 2nd, 2018, when Celis allegedly punched elderly Dionis in the face. The victim passed away in the ICU, and the manner of death was ruled a homicide. Celis' next court appearance was set for August 26. After nearly 3 weeks of investigations, the Guam Fire Department confirms that the official cause of the DeWitt warehouse fire was undetermined. GFD acting spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff says the warehouse has been released back to DeWitt and Midpack Warehouse LLC. However, GFD's full investigative report is pending and a debriefing is expected to occur sometime this week. Chargaloff adds that the ATF National Response Team is no longer assisting GFD. Further, the warehouse owners need to obtain proper demolition and debris hazardous waste permits. DeWitt President Corrine Birking provided a statement to KUM thanking the local and federal organizations for their help. Birking stated, due to the quick actions from the GFD and our fire protection wall, the rest of our warehouse was spared and no other structures were damaged. We continue to be 100% focused on working with our accounts who suffered a loss in this tragedy and would like to thank them for their patience and understanding. Germany's defense minister made a brief visit to Guam recently. According to Joint Region Marianas Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, met with local military and civilian leaders and discussed the increased German responsibility and presence in the Indo-Pacific region. They also talked of maintaining stability and peace throughout this strategically important part of the world, an emphasis on the importance of German and U.S. military-to-military cooperation. The minister also toured the naval base Guam and Andersen Air Force Base. She was here as part of a larger visit to the Indo-Pacific region. Prior to Guam, she was in South Korea. Also, according to a Japanese government press release, a German Navy frigate will soon be developed to the Indo-Pacific for monitoring and surveillance activities against illicit ship-to-ship transfers by North Korea-related vessels. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUM News Prime Time.
As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports 17 new positive cases for COVID out of 1,242 tests performed between last Friday and Memorial Day. 3 cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. 6 cases were identified through contact tracing. 6 people are hospitalized. To date, there have been a total of 8,173 officially reported cases of COVID on Guam, with 139 deaths. 51 cases are active, and there have been more than 7,900 recoveries. The CAR score is 0.3, and a total of 81,621 people have been fully vaccinated. For many, it was back to work after a long Memorial Day weekend, and for millions of Americans, the holiday was an opportunity to travel and to see friends and family. But what does that mean for the COVID pandemic? Natalie Brand reports.
We got some brisket here. Memorial Day weekend saw a return of Americans hitting the road to celebrate the start of summer.
It looks like we were in the cave for 12 months, but now we are all vaccinated and out.
Since Thursday, nearly 9 million people have gone through TSA checkpoints for travel through the long weekend.
We're going to have a really good summer, especially for people who are vaccinated.
While family and friends are starting to reunite, doctors say the coronavirus remains a threat for unvaccinated individuals.
We have a lot of very, very contagious variants that are spreading across the U.S. And so for people who are unvaccinated, it remains a risky summer. But for the rest of us, it's going to be a really good summer.
More than half of all Americans, including children ages 12 and older, have received at least one shot, with 40% fully vaccinated. The Biden administration is still pushing for 70% of all U.S. adults to have at least one shot by the 4th of July. Some states have already met that goal. White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain tweeted that California and Maryland became the 11th and 12th states to reach the 70% mark for adults. Other states remain below that target, and vaccinations can vary significantly by county.
There's still a lot of people unvaccinated in many of the southern states. So that's what we got to work on. If we can improve those vaccination numbers, I think things will be fine. But I am worried about an uptick in cases in many of those states.
Heading into the Memorial Day weekend, the U.S. reported the lowest number of new COVID cases in a year. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
Vaccination clinics continue today at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse and the Southern Regional Community Health Center in Inaran. Additionally, you can also get tested and, if negative, receive the vaccine at the Dededo Farmers Market today from 9 a.m. to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And with your news in tomorrow, here is Ken Conception.
Buenos days to get sunto gifinut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. At the all-rise na programa niya anunsya ay maghahaga gimapos na semana sa aumenta ekonomika para local direct pandemic relief na programa. Loy magasmino di legislatura si Senador Chris Duenas, ilagyan na tiklaro ko di 30 milyon pesos na salapi ni para manasetbi sa gonilay sina kinubrito di tao-tao siya. Ilagyan mas si Duenas na David Ulibiano esti umatungo ni administrasyon ni kwanto managahya di gasto daw managaha mas salapi. Adunay na din eksekutibo ni Ninai Department of Revenue and Tax 30 dias para ma-identifika hafan na salapi para manasabi sa matutuni aplikasyon. Alam niya si Dwayne na ti David yung mapada sa matsogi dat yung tinaka up na tempo para matsogi. Director of Revenue and Tax ay explika na direktamento na itoridad manisisita gininiman manapapasi tax para manasabi record niya para all-rise na programa. Masasunto, aplit ko guilty si Anthony Salis niya di matsakina no negligent homicide no minartes grado na felony. Na sentensya para tres anos gipreso na masuspendi. Ano ginigap gikotti si Salis para tulay kay zona plea hearing. Sumisya ni alternate public defender na abogado niya si Annie Gale. Numasangan gikotti debido a pasi 20 pesos na restitution para imatay na biktima George Dionis. Debido a pasi lamita agwihi ni 10 pesosenti yung simana na tempo bati gi familia para gasto na entero ni biktima. Según el record de KUAM, arresta si Salis gidia 2 de Nobyembre 2018 sakan ane paniti si Dionis gifasunya. Amko si Dionis esta sa makoni para espitat sa matay gi ICU. Imanera ni fanaytay niya sa maklasifika na homicide. Pero birag itati gikorti si Salis gidia 26 gi Agosto. Di masasunto, mambisita ang rato ginigizagawahan ni Defense Minister para Germany para Alemania. Según ni Joint Region Mariana, si Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, umasuldadan man maga sa gobernamentong guahan sa ni militar. Madiskuti na pero maatisa mas si responsabli sa ni ginay na Alemania gwini na bandantano i Indo-Pacific region. Mangantis loke po di mananayan ni Paz dyan establi gwini gi importante na lugar gi imundo. Dyan mas si San Preciso na seguridad militar Alemania dyan ni Estados Unidos. Habisita loke Minister in Naval Base Guam dyan ni Anderson Air Base. Igagi gwini si Kramp-Karrenbauer sapat tigi planunan ni para bisita masagad gwini mangi na bandantano antes di fatu gwini stabagi South Korea. Gimas sigun ni press release gini gobernamenton Hapon aji German Navy frigate sa tiwamban ma-deploy gwati gi Indo-Pacific region para upulan sa masanatan aktibitat probido siya entry transferin batko esta batko gining North Korea. Yutumu, gimate sa proklama goberno na Hunyo na mesa Pride Month. E membro ni Mina 36 na legislaturang Guahan sa mapresenta resolution lokwi entri di virtual na seremonyo. Masilelebrate Pride Month kadasakan entri todi mundo. Masilelebrate na kumpli jani pinadesisiya ni mahula ni membro ni LGBTQ na komunidad. Ilanya sila siya kasyo. Iuno ni mustablisa ay Equality Guam na maseman sinipotesiya ni Administrasyon Leon Guerrero Tenorio ese na minimum para pinareho na tratamento sa timafagpo. Conforme lo que magahaga failang niya sa kasyo, dasangan na David di tatsogi mas para tatulay kakstrumbi dyan yung nasanitato siya puri LGBTQ na komunidad. David di mas ufan manimbad ka, dyan naman afansano gi-esti na hinano. Asangan mas sa gobyerno na administrasyon niya sa makontinue para umatsonik ipinareho dyan binali na tratamento para todo gunigi islata. Segundo gobyerno Justin Oriol, asangan na i-cabinet este na administrasyon sa gwa 8 na member ni komunidad di LGBTQ. Para Guam News Network, Guam Second Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa muro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo di First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Hey, good morning. Morning. Good. Right on. Morning, Jake.
Good morning. I always love that little part.
Yep. It always makes me think of Guardians of the Galaxy. Right? Yeah. You know where that scene where he's... it's Rock Bottom. These guys got their name from a surf spot in Molesso. That's all we can tell you. I'm not going to tell you where it is. If you know, you know.
That's kind of like Shark's Hole. Like it's not an official thing like on the map, but like if you know where it is, you know where it is.
Yeah. No, everybody knows where Shark's Hole is. So it is actually on the map, Jay.
Is it?
Shark's Hole, yeah.
But thank you for that insight.
Yeah. It's 6:54. All right.
Wait,
That's
really?
Jason. Yeah, really, bro, it is. It's not a secret. It's Shark's Hole. It's right there with Lost Pond. When they found Lost Pond, that's when they put Shark's Hole on the map.
Nobody told you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to get out more, bro. There's a whole world out there, dude,
Oh,
with people
well.
in it.
Okay, thanks, Wikipedia.
Right on. Let's bring Senator Sabina Perez on. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Chris and Sabrina and the KUAM family and listening audience. Thank you for having me today.
Of course. Let's just get right into it. Senator Sabina Perez, her oversight, so she's labor, environment, procurement, rev and tax. The rev and tax, right now, a lot of people talking about the Department of Revenue and Taxation because they've been tentagled by the governor to stand up, not just the RISE Act. Bree?
Something else?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
I'm waiting for you to say, all rise. You know the way you say all rise, yeah.
All rise.
Thank you, yes. Thanks, Bree. Yeah, Senator, so have you had any communication with Rev and Tax, or do you know anything about what's going on with the RISE and the
Applications?
All Rise?
Yeah, nothing new to report other than, they're still waiting on the ruling from the federal government to ensure that what they're spending is approved, I guess. I think that's what the latest. And as far as applications, that hasn't changed at this time. But yeah, it's interesting because initially they were going to expand the program. And so, yeah, I think it's important to kind of put the ducks in the row first before they implement. But, I think if it's going to be for, the whole island community, I think the application process should be removed. That's just going to create more barriers and more work for DRT. They already have enough work as it is, carrying out all the various mandates and processing our income tax returns. So, yeah, the application process should be removed if it's expanded to the community.
Yeah, we don't need anything to slow up the tax refunds or the STEMI checks from coming.
But according
Right.
to the governor, she's just following the law. And in the law, it indicates this application that people have to apply for. So do you foresee, anybody in the legislature introducing legislation to amend the law? Although, she doesn't really need.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like if she can go by executive order, include a whole new class of people into this program, then why would she need to follow a stupid law?
I mean, she created Programan Salapi.
Magafa Empanada?
Yeah. And that wasn't her law.
Right. The order be the quicker route. If you were to get this program up and running or implemented as quickly as possible, the executive orders are the quicker route.
Right.
Sure, yeah, we can introduce something to amend the RISE Act. But that could also happen as well. I mean, if it takes 6 weeks, by that time, maybe we can have it ready for session agenda. So
Right.
that is something to look into.
Senator, have we heard at all what the dollar figure is for including the government employees and the retirees?
You know what? I need to do the calculations. I'm not too sure about that. $800 to all the residents. I don't have the numbers for you this morning.
But it's based on, I think, income eligibility, right? So it wouldn't necessarily be all the residents. It'd be all everybody who makes a certain amount of money and down.
Yes, that's correct. I don't have the numbers for you this morning.
But what
But
are
I
your
can get that for you.
But what are your thoughts on the governor also saying that I'm just following the law? It says up to $30 million was appropriated for the regular RISE, but with the all RISE and it being expanded to everybody else, do you feel that $30 million is going to be sufficient?
Probably not. I think there was maybe 11,000 government workers. So you would expand that, but not probably under $40,000. So yeah, for 30 million is not going to be enough. It would have to be a greater share. So yeah, I don't have the exact numbers for you. Sorry.
Have you heard that any of your colleagues may introduce legislation to amend the law since the governor's following the law?
I haven't heard anything yet, and that should have come out really soon. I think. I mean, we hear, several senators demanding that it be implemented, but I have yet to hear anybody introducing a bill.
We have
regarding,
an interesting comment here, Senator, from Rosemary. She's actually one of our prized listeners. She always has a great 2 cents. She comments in this morning, why would she, meaning the governor, add the GovGuam workers and retirees to the RISE Act when she can just give her people, meaning the government workers, since she's authorized to do what she wants? She's now holding up the process for the private sector.
For which one?
For
all right.
If the governor was truly going to follow the law, then she could just pay out the rise right now. I mean, it's all right there in the law. But by adding this new class of employees and then pinning it to this, we got to wait for this July 16th guidance. And Rosemary does have a point. It's that the RISE Act is a law and it's good to go. But now the governor wants to add the GovGuam employees and the retirees. So she's adding all these people, and it's going to slow everything down for the private sector workers who were, the center of the intent of this whole RISE Act business.
Yeah, that is true. She could still implement that portion, I believe, the law. But in regards to expansion, that could potentially wait for the decision from the federal government. So that is correct. The RISE Act, as is, could still be implemented.
She did mention that, and she was going to wait for the public comment period to end, which is July 16th or 17th or something like that, right? For the interim final rules from the U.S. Treasury. But it also said that the interim final rules are effective May 17th. And we have the CNMI saying just last week that, we're going to pay out whatever we can with our ARPA funds. We're not going to wait till July 16th that they have the authorization to do so. At least that's their interpretation. Do you feel that we can go ahead and disperse this money into the community, into the people, into the hands of everybody that needs it? Or do you feel that we should just wait until July 16th or after July 16th?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the RISE Act can still be implemented versus the All Rise. I mean, if the expansion is an issue, then that portion could potentially wait. But for the original bill, the original law that was passed, I think that should be implemented for sure. So we don't have to wait until July 17th, but perhaps maybe the expansion has occurred by executive order, that portion could potentially wait. I mean, we can get most of it implemented while we're waiting for that final ruling from the Treasury. So I guess the answer is original portion should be implemented. The addition maybe can wait for that final ruling. I think that's I think that's probably the safe way to go.
Right on. Hear that, Governor? That's the way we're going to do it. We'll do it the law first, and then the GovGuam retirees, we'll take care of them when the... Senator, what about this? I know you gave some remarks last week, Friday, I think, ending a session relative to a bill that you would introduce that did not pass, and I think it was 7-8, right?
Yes, that's correct. It was Bill 104, and that would have empowered Department of Revenue and Taxation to implement the cigarette stamp tax program at a fraction of the cost of what a private contractor would do it at. And the documents show that this private contractor would get paid $17 million over the course of 2 years, the possibility of an extension. And so DRT would have been able to do it at a cost of, like, say, 1%, 2% of that amount. And so all all those millions of dollars savings would have gone to paying, helping our most vulnerable populations. And it's unfortunate that the body chose not to look at that, support our most vulnerable population in regards to the health and also education, drug rehabilitation, health facilities, that they thought they thought otherwise. And we're talking about at this time, I think it's important to think about, how we spend our money, whether it's, $1 versus millions of dollars. I think that plays into sustainability, right? How are we going to sustain? And that's what this bill would have done. It would actually created a long-term plan on implementing this program. If we're spending $17 million, now today, can we afford the same amount of money in the future, right? But even if we can, I think, it's not the wisest use of the people's money, right? This is the people's money, and it should go towards those in need, greatest need, especially now. We've learned from this pandemic that the health of our communities is important, and we need to prioritize that. And it doesn't bode well, I think, for our community. And I guess the other thing is, there was definitely a lot of push to against it.
Yeah.
But really, the bill was there to create a long-term solution to a problem that hasn't been implemented. It would have created more of a level playing field too, as well, for all.
It's so interesting that this cigarette stamp tax privatization law, so there's a back and forth in the court. I know we had Daphne on, but she has recused herself from this issue because of what she says is a conflict of interest. But so basically, you had a private cigarette distributor in Westco trying to sue Gov Guam for not implementing this law. Then the court said, hey, Daphne, you guys 30 days to explain why you're not implementing the law. And then I believe the AG's office also chimed in and basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator, but the AG's office says that we can't afford to give a private company $17 million to collect taxes.
It was a writ. Basically, their response were three parts. First of all, Wesco doesn't have standing to enforce this. The thing was, there was a second thing where it's not a proper procedure. And then the third thing was that the Department of Revenue and Taxation has complied with the law because they've started the procurement. And procurement is not just awarding a contract. Procurement starts with the creation of the bid package itself, all the way up to award, all the way till the completion of the contract itself. So the procurement has started, and I believe in today's paper there's an IFB out for the purchase of the stamps themselves. So the RFP has been separated, and that would actually go towards the privatization. But there's nothing in the law that prevents DRT still from doing the work in-house. Because they can still send out the RFP, but they don't have to award the RFP. So should DRT, find that they should and can do it, or they should do it, then they still can do it. It's unfortunate with Bill 104 not passing that it does, at least with Bill 104, it would have provided a long-term funding mechanism for them. And it would also have streamlined the process by taking out a double delay in tax collections. It's just they still could do it, but it's just not as easy without Bill 104.
Yeah, I did see what the AG's office responding, and they were basically saying something like Westco doesn't have standing, and essentially they're just complaining. But I think that those were the words the AG's office used. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think that's correct. That was the exact wording.
So what's next, Senator? I mean, it kind of just seems like all the forces are aligned to just push this thing through. I mean, it's political paybacks. Call it what you will. I mean, is there any way to further fight this law?
I think, yeah, just the public needs to keep an eye on who's going to benefit from this. So, yeah, it's who's going to benefit from the $17 million. And, like I said, it's not the wisest use of the people's money, which should have gone to the health of our people. And it still could have been done by DRT at a fraction of the cost. So, yeah, I think right now it's really about the people looking who's benefiting from this when it's truly not the most vulnerable people in our community. So.
Yeah, and then you got to wonder too, is it going to be another emergency procurement since we're in a state of emergency? Is this a huge contract which one company, I mean, it's just weird to me that you have this one cigarette distributor who's constantly they were given, free reign in the public hearing, the free reign with the testimony. Their testimony was taken as, biblical almost. And now we're going to have this go out to procurement in a state of emergency. So interesting. Let's bring on Senator Tello. We'll bring on Senator Tello, Senator Sabina. I understand you guys are co-sponsoring a bill together. Bill 148.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I mean, you're, Chris, if you don't mind, so when you asked about that procurement, with regards to the tobacco tax, and we're in a state of emergency, I think Senator Sabina was about to answer that question since we're in a state of emergency. And if anybody knows about procurement, I mean, this is one senator that actually went to the classes,
yeah,
on procurement. So, yeah, I'm curious, Senator Sabina, if this allows them to go through the process through an emergency procurement scenario.
Yeah, so right now, the way it's structured, it's an RFP. So that's the emergency procurement. But yeah, I think in addition to seeing who's going to get the contract, it's like, where is the money coming from? Because in the response, it shows that there's sufficient funds available. And, DRT, the most that DRT has ever been appropriated was $12 million in the past 3 years, right? And so now we're talking $17 million. So is that going to come from appropriations? Is that going to come from federal funds, right? So, where are these funds going to come from if they've provided, I guess, the documentation that money does exist. And, that means that money that could have gone to other uses, again, I would think better uses, is being used for this contractor.
I just hopped on about like the last 3 minutes. I'm not sure what else was talked about on the tobacco tax bill that was unfortunately, not able to make it through the legislature and move on. It just, like Senator Sabina said, I'm curious to see who's going to win this award. I mean, what's behind all this? And it's very unfortunate. We tried to speak to many of the senators about the possibilities of helping other agencies, and everyone's screaming that there's not enough money for revenue tax so they can do their job and collect revenue, and most especially enforcement. They don't have the means to do it. This is the opportunity for them, as well as, like Senator Sabina Paris said, with regards to the Healthy Futures funds going in there to help cancer patients. And so it's very, very, it makes me angry. I'm mad. I'm really mad. I sent out a press release too regarding this, and it's just unfair. So it's not over. I mean, don't think we're just going to sit by and let this, people get away with this. No, I think we're going to continue to fight this, continue to expose those who are involved, and try to do the right thing for the people of Guam. That's what we were voted in for. So I'm not going to give up. And I hope, Senator Parrish, you're not going to give up too. There's a will, there's a way. We're going to make it right.
How about this Bill 148, ladies?
Yep, Bill 148, which is my first co-sponsor actually is from Senator Sabina Paris. And what this is going to do is just double the amount of funds to the University of Guam and University of Guam and GCC from the amount that was appropriated in FY 2021. So it'll double the amount for scholarships for these areas. I think the University of Guam is also going to incorporate a financial assistance program too for students that's new at the University of Guam. I know that GCC, they have several programs there too, but they're very limited and capped when it comes to assisting students. They want to be able to double up on the job workforce initiative that they have going, and I think it's the boot camps. What they're ready to do is ramp up on the job ready boot camps and launching more than just what they have for this year and next year. So I think it's the opportunity for us to put money in areas that's going to help grow our economy, as well as assist those people trying to climb out of poverty and give them an opportunity for programs such as this, especially if they can't afford it. So I know that some of the programs at the University of Guam, some of the scholarships weren't even awarded, like the ProTech. In the last 3 semesters, weren't even giving any funding to those who are seeking in the field of medical, doctors or attorneys that we don't offer here on Guam that are sent off island. And that's very, very sad, because if anything, especially doctors, a career that Guam needs to bring back our people, is in the medical field, and it's in doctors. So that's what Bill 148 does. It uses the funds from the earned income tax credit reimbursement that we're anticipated to get. And that's from $55 to $60 million in reimbursement. So as long as we're getting that reimbursement, GCC and UOG will continue to get these scholarships.
Right. Senator, we had the speaker on, and some of these measures in your bill, they are very similar to the spending plan that you guys had submitted to the governor for the American Rescue Plan Act funds. There was some stuff in there where they wanted to give more money to UOG for kind of exactly what you're talking about, these different scholarships, right? Do you feel that this bill and what Speaker had said really resonated with what you're saying? Because you're right, we have these shortages of, you hear it all the time, attorneys, doctors, right? We're recruiting all these people from off island and yet not giving money to our own people who want to go pursue these opportunities and come back and give back to the community. So do you feel that your bill is maybe a little more on the secure side with the use of the EITC funds, or are there going to be any issues with the governor saying you can't tell her what to do with the EITC money?
Well, EITC money is not at the governor's purview. It's for the legislature's appropriation, because every year we set aside $128 million for tax refunds. Of that, about 60 million, 55 to 60 million is set aside for EITC. This is funding that the legislature has the authority to appropriate. Unlike the ARP money, where the governor has the authority to spread the way she wants to without legislative interference, this money is continuous. It creates the fund, and it's every year, while the ARP funding is just a one-time shot. And, I went to that meeting. I didn't hear any commitment from the government with regards to helping out the University of Guam and GCC to help our people provide those scholarships. There was nothing said that she was going to do that. So I'm going to move ahead and do what we need to do in a sustainable way. And we need to find a way to sustain these scholarships for our people, for our students, to excel, to give them the opportunity to make a living for themselves. And then those doctors you were talking about, what better way to have doctors coming from our own island to care for our own people? I mean, you know, the Chamorro way, we're very hospitable, very, you know, kind individuals. And you see that when you're on airlines. You can tell the difference if it's local flight attendants versus, you know, people from off island.
Yeah, the locals give the extra peanuts. Do they still give peanuts? They don't even give peanuts anymore, do they?
Yes,
And they smile.
Yeah, they
They
smile.
smile. So, you know, what better individuals to come back to serve our own people, you know, is that. But there's other things that I'm hoping that the public hearing, when we have the public hearing, we'll be able to discuss about to some improvements to make this bill even better and to help even more people. I think Senator Sabina and I were talking when I introduced the bill, and she has an idea that is a great idea. I don't know if we can incorporate it in this legislation, but it's a start. And if you don't mind, I'd like to let her talk about that.
Yeah, so I was asking to extend it into DOE system so that we create a pipeline to these careers. So, you know, it's creating this vertical alignment. But I am full support of the bill. You know, of course, for all those reasons about, especially now, we need to rebuild our economy. And what better way to invest in education and diversify our economy through education. And I'm so glad that she included ProTech too. So ProTech is one of those areas that have been unfunded, like she said. So yeah, the idea behind basically what I was thinking is that if we can fund cohorts within Department of Education that can lead to these careers that are so needed. And in government, we're dealing with, you know, a lot of people are retiring, and with them, the institutional knowledge too is leaving with them. And it's important that, you know, we have to address this shortage. And just looking at some of my own agencies like Guam PA, there are 36 vacancies. There's they only have 50 employees, I believe, and 36 vacancies. GSA, there's only 5 buyers, right? 5 buyers. I think that's only half of what they had listed. But GSA is one of those agencies. We'll be hearing DOA's budget hearing today. But they've actually dealt with $140 million of procurement in 2020. And in this year, in 2021, it's about, I calculated 150 million, and that number is, so we definitely need to build capacity, you know, within the economy as well as within government too, to support, you know, to support the needs of our community.
Senator Perez, you mentioned that DOA is going to be appearing right today for their budget oversight. You talked a lot about procurement. Have you received any update on the Department of Administration's plans to procure this new financial management system?
No, I haven't since we last talked. I know it was an RFP. I think the press release that Vice Speaker sent out, it looked like it was an RFP, and they were going to use, so the way an RFP works is at the agency level. So it would be the director, and then other employees are going to be on the panel and selecting who this vendor would be. So my concern again was whether these individuals have training. Again, with procurement, to do any kind of procurement, one has to comply with the educational requirements. They would have to complete all 4 modules. And in looking at the OPA's audit, many of those agencies don't have the capacity, and that's why they go through the chief procurement officer.
Right.
To procurement. So
did you get a response?
I haven't yet. And looking actually, if I can share, I review the sole source procurement. There are 347 of them in the reporting that was provided to the legislature. And of the sole source, it equates to about $12 million, and a big portion of that. So that's 12 million out of perhaps the 150 million that went through GSA. And a big portion of that is for services, for internet IT. And yeah, I think that's just, it'd be interesting to see what the other portions of the procurement, so not just sole source and emergency, but the other types of procurement, what is it we are procuring? So I think that needs to be looked at too as well.
And I think also it's important to find out where the funding is going to come from too as well. You know, anytime you send any kind of RFP, there has to be funding set aside. And if I'm not mistaken, the governor mentioned during that meeting, the ARP meeting, about this financial system, that the funding may come from ARP funding.
Right.
But you know, I've also sent a letter to Senator Paris asking for an oversight hearing with GSA. And I know she's been working diligently with trying to collect all the information. I think there were boxes and boxes of info going through. I mean, hence the 347, you know, sole sourcing that was brought up earlier. So hopefully we'll have that hearing shortly. But I know she's working on it, trying to get a date.
Yeah, we have to communicate with the CPO, so I plan a meeting with her today.
Did she answer your calls?
Do
you have problems getting a hold of the chief procurement officer? We do.
Right, looking through the documents she sent. So, but yeah, we are able to set up a meeting.
Right. So basically, when you requested documents, they were like, "Oh, you want documents? Here's 500 boxes of documents." Is that what happened?
Well, it's a box, but it's a lot to go through. So yeah, organizing it and categorizing all the papers.
Yeah. Well, we had a comment here from Rosemary Laguatnia. Will the governor's holding back in submitting her ARPA plan for spending affect the upcoming budget? I mean, yeah, the answer is yes, right? Because we just saw some of that last week with public health. But how much of a headache is that when you guys get these agencies in and, you know, you're trying to figure out their budget, and then lo and behold, you find out they're getting, you know, 5-6 million, whatever, from Anti-Lou.
17 million.
17 million, you know, 8 million from a top bank, 20 million for Uncle Carl's marketing.
Yes, yesterday we had a public hearing for the budget hearing for DISIT. And of course, you know, since the first question I asked on public health, you know, how much money of ARP money are you requesting in the 17? Well, it all stemmed from they asked for 17 million less at public health.
Right.
And so asking for that list, he started mentioning the list. I'm still waiting for public health's list to come in, but when we had the meeting for DISIT yesterday, they mentioned that they're going to be asking for ARP funding on equipment, etc. And they just started mentioning it. So I asked the question, well, how much money have you asked from ARP? And they said $3 million. $3 million. So that prompted the oversight chair to ask them for that list that tallied $3 million. I mean, if you're coming up with a $3 million figure, then you must have an itemized, you know, statement available. So, you know, we're going to continue to ask, but I've heard that they haven't provided us, any of the agencies provided those lists of requested ARP funding.
Maybe you guys should. Maybe you guys should send a FOIA for communication between the agencies and the governor's office relative to ARP spend.
I'm just saying, yep.
I'm going to do that right now.
The budget, like Senator Tello was saying, is that they're asking for less than what they need. So it's kind of odd.
Yeah. I mean, does that give you an idea? Because we're all sitting here waiting for this, you know, plan from the governor, and she's saying that. Okay, I saw there's a media report. She says something like they're not going to come up with a plan until after the guidance, the public comment period on the guidance ends in July. But do you think that this is the plan? Is that when you get these agencies coming in, they're saying, "Oh, we're asking $3 million." Like if you just go down the list and tally who's getting what, I mean, maybe that's the plan. Because they're obviously closer to the governor than you guys are.
Yeah, and then again, it makes it very difficult for the legislature to do the budget, you know, because of this. And because I'm pretty sure, well, I'm hoping other senators, when you're doing a budget this year for 2020, you have to consider what's going to happen the following year. You know, it's not just that one time you concentrate on it. You have to consider the following year after that. So while we're working on 2022, we have to be conscious of 2023. And if I'm not mistaken, I heard Dissett mentioning that of that $3 million, one of them was to fund a position. But how can you fund a position with ARP money that's one time? You know, you're going to have to sustain that the following year. So it makes it very difficult budget-wise for us to be able to fund bodies, you know, or vacancies with money that's only a one-shot deal, you know. And that's what we were trying to tell them, that if you're going to go for ARP funding, and that's what we did in our resolution, that none of it was funded for salaries or positions, because those need to be, you know, funded yearly. So it makes it very difficult for us to do the budget when they're hiding information like that. Very important information.
Wow.
Yeah. Well.
There's nobody at the legislature, any of the innies down there that probably know, you know, what these lists are and just not sharing the information with everybody.
Well, the next thing I think is the FOIA, like Chris mentioned. I mean, the only other thing to do now is just to FOIA the, you know, what's transpiring between the agencies and Adelup with regards to ARP funding. I mean, that's probably the only thing that we can do.
Well, I beat you to it. Press and send. I'm pressing send.
Oh, really? Okay, well, good, because then
I mean,
you're ahead.
I'm just, you guys, because you're going to have to work backwards, right? If you're not getting it from Adelup, but then you're getting all these agencies coming in saying, oh, we're getting this, we're getting that, we're getting that. Then there's obviously, unless it's just something that's coming up in a cabinet meeting where they're like, hey, you know, Gov, can we get the 20 mil? I heard you're giving Uncle Carl 38 mil. Can we get 3? You know, unless it's like that and there's no record of it.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, can't the legislature call Adelup down to, you know, in a formal, you know, proceeding?
Committee of the whole type thing?
Yeah. I remember during the I don't want to say it was a surge, but there was a whole presentation. It was on Facebook Live where the legislature, I believe, called down Adelup to do a presentation on, you know, the COVID response. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Isn't that something that the legislature can do again?
Well, to ask them to do the presentation, I think they're going to
some kind of something. It just seems like we should be working together, not, you know, playing games.
Well, that's what I was hoping for. You know, Sabrina, that's what I was hoping for. You know, with meeting with the governor, providing, we gave the list that she asked us for. And that meeting, I was hoping we were going to sit down, roll up our sleeves, you know, and discuss what's the next step. Okay, Governor, we showed you ours. Can you show us yours? You know, and let's sit down and discuss this between the two, you know, the two branches of government on how to move forward. But none of that was done. None. And it was very frustrating. So I was hoping to do it that way. So if they weren't willing to, you know, share us their list, then I don't think if we call them down to ask them to share us, you know, they're going to give it to us. I did ask the governor after that meeting. I went up to her and asked her when we were going to get her list, and she said, shortly. And I said, well, we need this for budget time. She goes, oh, yes. And that was it. That was it, the extent of it. So maybe I'm on the wrong party to ask to get some answers. So, hey, Sabina, can you ask that?
Oh, she's in the right party, but the wrong person.
Yeah.
You got to go buddy up with Mary Torres, Senator Tello, if you want to get in. All right.
It's Bill 104.
Thank you, ladies. We got to run and take a break, but definitely feel the frustration. I mean, it's a recurring theme. But you know what I do appreciate is that you guys gave it a shot. You know what I mean? You made some noise. Governor sent a letter, said, hey, let's meet over this. You know, you guys are doing your part with the speaker and the senators. But then also what I liked is that there's this public hearing process moving forward. So you in good faith sat with the governor, broke bread, provided your plan. But that being said, there's still an effort to move forward on your own. And
well, DOA, right? They're scheduled to be before the legislature for their budget oversight? Is something you guys plan on pressing Mr. Byrne about?
Yeah, definitely. I guess for me, what are their expenditures? As far as GSA is concerned, that's going to be my main focus with this one. In addition to other, how they're spending the money on the financial management system, other expenditures.
I'm very interested too on that resolution that we're going to have, the public hearing we're going to have for that resolution from the legislature on the ARP funding. That's going to be very interesting. Let's see who comes forward. You can get the public out there to come out there, whether if you don't come in person, it is going to be a hybrid public hearing. You can go via Zoom or in public. And this gives you the opportunity, which you feel our island is in most need of. A lot of the stuff that we put in the resolution is infrastructure programs, like jumpstart programs to get it going and things like that. So you can view the resolution on the website and look at areas that you think that you want to support or things that are not on there that can support. So I encourage the public out there to please, take part of this opportunity. It's unprecedented to have this much money to be given to Guam to use, at one time.
Totally.
So be very, very helpful if they can come out. And also, if I can, on Bill 104, this tax stamp, I ask the public, please keep a vigilant eye on this. This is an opportunity. I ask you to write to those senators who voted no on this bill and get an answer from them. Ask them why, because Senator Sabina had mentioned everything that this false information that was coming out through a social media that, it raises taxes, that it's going to hurt us in some way when it's not going to, but ask these senators for an answer as to why they voted no on something that was going to help our community so much.
Thank you, Senator Tello. Thank you, Senator Sabina.
Thank you.
Enjoy drinking our coffee together. Okay, we'll see you. All right.
Have a good day.
That's 7:36. Real quick break. Speaker of the Guam Legislature, Speaker Theresa Lahi, is coming up next right here on The Link. Good morning.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Goncharfres, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
But after that, he'll be on his way. You know why? 'Cause boys come and go. Come and go. Boys come and go. Oh yeah. Girls come and go. Girls come and go. Girls come and go. Oh yeah. So forget the roses, chocolates, candies, and cards. 'Cause he's not doing it to get close to your heart. No, all he wants is all he can. You'll get what I'm talking about when you understand that boys come and go. Come and go. Boys come and go. Oh yeah. Girls come and go. Girls come and go. Girls come and go. Oh yeah. Now if he says he loves you, girl, then let him wait for you. Call you every night and bring you flowers too. He'll be dedicated, might seem like a fairy tale. He's trying to get it with you, girl, most anywhere. Now he'll wanna hold your hand, to say that he'll be there. He'll look into your eyes and tell you that he cares. Might sing a lullaby, say girl you're beautiful, but don't fall into some lies, girl you're beautiful.
Hey, good morning. 7:43 Wednesday, Monday, June 2nd. Let's keep it going here in the KUAM News Zoom room with Speaker Therese Terlahi on the link. Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and KUAM, and good morning, Guam.
Good morning. Maybe we could kind of just start on, we had Senator Tello on, and I believe it was Bill 178 or 148? Bill 148. And so this was kind of similar to what you guys had put in the spending plan, Madam Speaker, which was kind of directing funding to GCC and UOG to shore up a lot of these like scholarship programs. But Senator Tello wants to use the EITC money. Just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
It's a good idea, because I mean it's the same. It's a similar program as what we put into our American Rescue Plan fund plans. But so I agree with that type of use of the money, that we do need to boost up scholarships and stipends for people so that they can complete these programs in our very high demand fields. It's just the use of the EITC for me. I want to take that EITC money, and I'm working on a bill to put the EITC money, to me, where it belongs, and that is in the pool so that refunds can be paid and these EITC credits can be paid immediately. I don't want any more delays in this payment of the tax refunds, and I think that this is the perfect opportunity to remedy that. So you know how we wait every year for Section 30 to come in, and then we're often able to make that's when we're able to catch up with some of these tax refunds. Well, I don't want that to ever happen. Yeah, so I want to have that money in the bank when it comes in and available for refunds first. So I just feel like if we can get those refunds out to people, mostly these earned income tax credits are going to people who are working, and it's supposed to encourage them to continue working. So, but their salaries are quite low. So I think those are the people who need it the most to get these credits sooner, and the sooner the better. And if this money can also help us to pay the regular tax refunds, then I think that's also a great need that we should take care of first. But otherwise, the programs, of course, UOG, GCC, I absolutely support that. I've been trying to work on this by getting UOG and GCC to just, better align their programs. And so GCC, I think, has really done a good job. UOG, I think at the budget hearing, we learned that after bringing this up last year, that they still really have not realigned the money that we are giving them for scholarships, that they're putting it to not the priority scholarships that we have asked for. So I'm hoping that they're going to remedy that. If not, I'm hoping to put it in the budget bill or a separate bill that, this money now, we used to give them the discretion, but it looks like, we may have to dictate a little bit more of it because I don't agree with how it's been reprioritized.
Yeah, and I mean, and I did see some stats on that, Madam Speaker, but I was just wondering, is like, how far does this go back where they just weren't awarding a lot of these, like the ProTech scholarships? Because the intent of it was to combat this kind of brain drain, right? Where you have, our people, they're going off to school, they're becoming, doctors, lawyers, professional, whatever, engineers, off island, and they're just staying there. And so the intent was to bring these people back home to contribute here at home, right?
Absolutely, that was the intent, and it actually works. And so, we've heard from Dean Margaret Hattori at the university that especially for their nursing scholarships, that absolutely this keeps them here. And if you can keep them here for a couple years working in the community, that they are more than likely to stay. That's what the statistics show. And so that's, of course, what we want. We want our nurses that we train to stay. We want doctors who get moved. We want more doctors. We still want specialists. We want all of them. And so we are willing to put the money in to help them get trained. And we just need to stick to those priorities. Yes. Teachers, same thing, right? We're still not getting enough teacher graduates, and we still have hundreds of vacancies, that need to be filled. So we want certified teachers, so we still have a great need. So it's just that the needs are still there. They haven't gone away. So I just think that those prior legislatures, in their wisdom, when they put the money towards those programs, nursing, teaching, med school, that we should stick to that for now until we have seen, these positions being filled. Social workers, that's another one.
Well, I wanted to follow up on the RISE Act and the All Rise Act, and this.
Yeah, you did.
The statements from the governor just on Memorial Day regarding, I'm gonna wait for
till July.
After July 16th, 17th, to pay out the RISE Act until all of the final comments and everything else is submitted to the U.S. Treasury on their interim final rule. And I'm also going to follow the law, and which mandates that up to $30 million is going to be paid out for the RISE Act. This despite the fact that the All Rise has expanded to include, GovGuam retirees and GovGuam employees. it just seems like people are just gonna have to continue to wait. They've been waiting. You wrote a letter to the governor saying, hey, let's go ahead and just at least get the checks ready so when the RISE Act gets here, we could just immediately push it out. What do you have to say? I mean, what is your reaction to the fact that,
I feel the same way as you, Sabrina, because the money's here and it's a shame. It's really just a shame that the money is sitting there in a bank and that we cannot get this out to the people who need it. And I think the legislature unanimously agreed that the people need it. You've heard enough from the people themselves. They need it. And the governor seems to say that they need it, but we're holding it. And honestly, I didn't see anything in the interim guidelines that prevents this or even hints that there's anything improper about paying this. In fact, I think of all the things that we've put on our list, this one's clear, right? This qualifies. This one can be paid even under the interim guidelines. And I can't imagine that the final guidelines are going to take that away. No, they're just going to finesse how different things are done. And especially probably, those questions that have arisen the most are regarding revenue, right? How much can we offset revenue? And so you saw that whole discussion. They want us to reduce GRTs. So we passed a bill to reduce GRTs, yet that might put us at risk of, these funds having to be repaid if we exceed this $7 million, right? So things like that, those I can debate, those we can debate. But this money that goes to people that we have recognized to be earning below $40,000, some of them have nothing, right? So some of them, I just think that I don't want that money to sit there. That's what I was afraid of, is that it's just going to be sitting there while we make another list.
It's
and
crazy.
I just think we don't even need a list for that. We can take care of that one item and be done. And then create whatever other programs, additional programs you want, create anything else, create a whole other list. We can go back and forth on anything else, but I just feel on that, we should not be doing that.
Because it's direct assistance. I mean, that's kind of like the point of ARPA funding, is to provide direct assistance to people where they might be wishy-washy on the guidance. Would be these pipe dreams that the governor has about building a new hospital. That's something they have to check the guidelines on. Can you do it, right? But direct assistance, very clear that it can be done and it could have been done. I mean, CNMI, they didn't say, we're going to wait until another month and a half.
Yes, especially in the face of that, it's I don't know. I feel bad because this was passed since November, I think, right?
Yeah.
And we put 3 or 4 different funding sources in that bill so that that this didn't happen, so that they could have paid it then and then reimbursed themselves with this now. I don't know, but we put different funding sources because we thought the need was there, and I still believe with all my heart and everything we see, we're not blind, that the need is still there.
I think the governor is blind to the need, though. I think she doesn't think there's a need. I don't, because if she did, this stuff would be paid. The checks would be printed. But obviously she thinks that people can afford to sit around for another month and a half. I mean, that's the reality of it.
I just think that's something we need to come together. And I was very hopeful that was going to happen. So I'm not giving up yet, Sabrina. I mean, waiting until the middle of July, that's egregious when the money is sitting there, right? That's why.
I don't even know what to say anymore, Speaker. I don't know.
And 30 million, is that enough to include the expansion? I mean, and do we really need another law or an amendment? I mean, she's made it clear she could do what she wants with the 600 million.
Right. If the 30 million, we got this 30 million, I'm pretty sure we had hearings on this. We had a committee of the whole where the director of revenue tax was present. And, Senator Regine Lee, don't forget, was the sponsor of this bill. And when she came up with that number, I'm pretty sure it was absolutely based on estimates that we received from the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And she did not make that number up. There's no way. And so, yes, so if it was fact back then that we needed 30 million at least to cover the people who we had named, then it must be fact that to cover more than those people, we will need more. I just expect that if she's saying she's not going to add any more money to the program, that doesn't matter. If she's going to establish a program and she's going to say these people will be paid, they will all be paid, because whether it comes from the 30, it comes from the ARP, or it comes from, GovGuam coffers, then that's going to be her decision at that point. But it should be paid. She can't not pay them because there's not enough funds at that point, I think.
Are you still having your weekly meetings with the Gov?
We do a Zoom meeting every other week. She had asked to reduce it, saying things were less, I guess, emergent or hectic on the COVID side. So those were strictly COVID meetings. So it was me, the governor, and the head of the mayor's council, Jesse Alley.
Less emergent. I thought we were in a public health emergency.
Right. Well, yeah. A lot of the updates, I guess, I'm getting on the media. So I want to continue to thank you. I can't tell you enough how much the information that you have put out on your show has been very helpful for all of us.
Well, we're just doing our job. Just doing our job. That's it.
Yeah. Well, it's important, so, like we were in session and we get another a continuation of the public health emergency, right? And I still have questions that I would like answered. I think I just feel like this, I want to cooperate, of course. We want to help our frontliners as much as possible. But I just feel like the people of Guam deserve to know everything there is to know, and just to continue to know that, not have to fight to get that information. They shouldn't have to, resort to anything else. Really, it should be, that's what our government's here for. Whatever we're doing, we should be very transparent about it.
I just feel like haven't we been through enough? Do we really have to continue with this nonsense? Like, come on.
I keep hearing that, you guys want to cooperate, and we just had a couple senators on that said they want to cooperate, but I don't know. It seems like one-sided cooperation.
Well, sometimes I would like a lot more information. I would like it prior to, I would like it as soon as they know it. I just feel like we're being told things kind of sometimes after all is said and done. Right. And so, I didn't want that to happen with these American Rescue Plan funds. I want it to be a collaboration where we are going to, you need to go back and forth because things change and we can make things better. So I don't think we need a perfect final plan, a politically soundproof plan, right? Or bulletproof plan. I'm hoping, that takes time to do that. So we can't, I just feel like let's start the dialogue, let's start the collaboration, let's get the facts. I really want the facts. So whatever those underlying facts are as to how we're going to put this, spend this money, that's what I want to know. So for example, we've set money aside, or we've, in our plan, we've spelled out that we want to put money, $30 million to public works. And this is to add on top of the money that they are getting from increase in fuel taxes, right? Unfortunately, we had to increase the fuel taxes in order to put any additional money towards roads. And I'm going to tell you, up to now, I've been in office for 4 years. That's still, I think, the number one complaint. People cannot believe the state of the roads. It hurts them, it bothers them, they feel unsafe, particularly Manamco. They bring this up to me a lot. And you noticed it, the roads, some of them are not even lined. So they can't see the edges of the roads. It's very dangerous. Even me, the older I'm getting, the harder it is to see at night driving. And so I feel like, oh man, if I can't see, I can't imagine, anyone older than me, but it's...
my mom doesn't go anywhere past 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Precisely because of what you're talking about.
I can absolutely relate to that. Yeah, because at night my vision's completely different, and the roads are really really bad. Like I can't see the lanes, you can't see the edges, right? And then we've got some roads that they're surface and then they have these sharp edges. Like if you fall in that ditch, yeah, you're in trouble, right? And when it rains, it's even worse. So anyways, we all know the condition of the roads. That's a given, right? So I want to know if we put the 30 million to Public Works, as we are suggesting, I want to hear from Public Works. How many miles of roads are they going to cover with that 30 million, right? If that only covers, one road in one village, then by all means, they should make that very, very clear. But we tried to calculate this based on, projections they had given us years ago. They're a little bit old, but so Public Works has a team that goes out to do parts of the road, and then they hire, they bring in, I think, Black Construction or Hawaiian Rock to lay the top, right? So there's parts of it that only that other company can do with Hawaiian Rock. And so you've seen that they just did this in Manila recently, but so it's like a tag team. You got to fix it, and then they come in and they final it, and they can do this as a team. And I want to know whether Public Works teams is still able to do this. How much more are they able to do compared to what they're doing now? Do we need an entirely new team? Is that what we're going to be funding with this money, or are we going to just be able to fund miles of roads, which is what I'm hoping, right? That this 30 million, we would just divide that by how much it costs per mile and get that done and get the striping done.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're at the top of the hour. But I just wanted to tell you before we let you go, I just received word from the CNMI Governor's Office that they will unveil their spending plan this Friday. And that the CNMI Governor's Office spokesman, Kevin Bautista, said, I just talked to our Secretary of Finance. We can spend the money as soon as we receive it. And they've already received it. So we're just providing that contrast, that context for, not just you, but our listeners as well.
Right. And we've received ours too.
Right.
And I want that to be very clear. Yeah, that we have received ours. It is here on Guam. Yeah. And, so that's what I mean. I mean, there are some of these programs that are just no-brainers. They are clear. I hope we all agree. And so that those are the things. And we can finesse the other ones, right, as we go along. But some of these, I think, should be done right away. So again, we're having that hearing on June 4th, 11 a.m. this Friday. You can tune in by Zoom. You can give testimony by Zoom. You can give testimony in person here at the legislature. I'm asking people to come down. We do not have a monopoly on the ideas. I would like to hear their input, whether they think roads are as important as I think they are, whether they think, extending water lines are as important as we have put them out to be in our plan, extending water lines into areas that do not have water, so we cannot build houses, right, without an exorbitant cost on top of every homeowner. And putting money, to take care of solid waste, putting money towards these GCC and UOG programs so that we can get people into these jobs that we have really needed for decades. Yeah, thank you.
Madam Speaker, send us the link for the public hearing Zoom, and we'll share it on the show on the 4th, which is Friday, right?
Yeah. Wonderful. Great. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We'll see you. Guys, quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning, Guam. Welcome to The Link. It's 8:03. Hey, KUAM TV. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Happy Wednesday, everybody.
Right on. Hump day. Joe Sir on the ones and twos. What's up, KUAM TV? This is the link. It's proudly brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points. Make it a point at Shell Foodies, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. Cover Me's on the way. Who else is coming up on the show, Jay?
We are going to go to the Chamorro Village and tell you what some farmers are doing so that you can honor the most wonderful men in your life. So Father's Day is coming up, of course, on Sunday, the 20th of this month. So you got about 3 weeks to kind of think about some things you can do, things you can get. Maybe give dear old dad, like a nice afternoon off to himself. But our friends out in Chamorro Village, they are putting together some seeds, some plants, and everything like that to, give your dad a wonderful way to spend his Father's Day.
Nice. And they're also going to do a Bahaki wear and a lunch to atmosphere with a touch of Chamorro hospitality.
Nice.
That's going to be cool. It's 8:04, and that this is part of a segment that we're doing called The Greater Good. All right, and we'll give you more details on that coming up here. It's another great sponsored feature right here on the link at 8:04. That's what's coming up on the show. Great conversation with, we had a few of the senators on. Senator Sabina Perez, Senator Tello Taidagui, Speaker Therese Terlahi. The frustration is real, Sabrina.
Mm-hmm.
The frustration is real, and so is the struggle.
Yeah, and they're really just angry about this RISE Act delay.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. You're
Okay,
driving.
and what
you were driving out of loop crazy with that stuff. Keep it up. Keep it up.
You just threw in there?
You know that's what they thought of. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Chris,
Oh, that's good.
We always say
all rise. Yeah, we say all rise when the governor comes in, so let's do it. I got it. All rise, guys. That's it. Get us a logo. Marketing, get us our logo. We got to do a video.
Okay, while we
Gotta do a video.
While
Gotta
we
do
were
a
in
video.
commercial break, we still had the speaker on, right? So she was, you had that little.
Got to do a video, guys.
You had that little anecdote at the end, Chris, and you said Kevin Bautista from the CNMI governor's office confirmed that they've got cash in hand, they've got their plans.
CNMI can spend their money. CNMI got their money.
But Speaker Terlahi said, and you didn't see this because right before she went, she told us offline, and she was like, "Wow, it's almost like remember the beginning of the pandemic." And Kevin even said, he goes, Governor Ralph Torres realized that what he was doing. Remember when they got the test kits from Korea? What was it? 300,000 of them, 60,000, whatever it was. Is he said he realized he took a major risk,
right?
And he realized he was going to get dragged because of that, and he did. But then they said, in what, 3 weeks later, I think it was, if even that, those tests were
They got their
sanctioned.
emergency. Yep.
Yeah, and then they were approved, and then they were cleared for use.
Yeah.
And then he was the hero of the day.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. He goes, Governor Torres is willing to take these risks for the good of the constituency out there.
They take gambles in CNMI night because they got a casino. It's 8:06.
No, that's an interesting point because that is kind of in their lifeblood.
Yeah, if Saipan can do it, we can do it.
But I wonder if Guam is now going to be like a little bit on the envious side to just say
no, that
why
maybe
not
that's
us?
maybe that's what it's going to take, guys. Maybe we got to turn this into a competition, and you guys who have the governor's ear, maybe you need to start telling her oh wow, how come CNMI can spend their money already? Oh,
because you got to admit, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to this part of the world, Guam does have Big Brother syndrome when it comes to the CNMI. I mean, we love the CNMI. They're our neighbors. We work with them and everything like that. But we also have this air about ourselves, we're the biggest of the 4 islands. We're the most populous.
Which is kind of funny
and
because
so we should have our stuff together.
CNMI kicked our ass in COVID,
Yeah.
and now they're kicking our ass in the recovery. So
They've got the tourism flights coming in this month.
yeah. Maybe we should go to Saipan because they are spending their money. Our governor's just holding the money in the bank.
But I'm sorry, Bree, I'm curious about that because, of course, I was on break for the last 2 weeks. But when Saipan opens, right, are those direct flights to Saipan, or they're going to have to come through here? Like connecting flights, right?
I don't know. I don't know if there's a direct flight.
I
from
don't think there's
Korea,
any direct
but
service to Saipan, so they still have to come through here at some point, right?
I don't know.
Maybe knowing Saipan, they probably are going to get direct flights.
They'll set up a direct flight, yeah.
And they've got some Korean dignitaries that are going to be
Yeah.
on this flight
Yeah.
of tourists.
And I know there's just always been vibes with Guam and Saipan, and we're not jocking Saipan. We're just providing that contrast because if we're just in this bubble here and we don't look at anything that's going on around us, then it's very easy to just get tunnel vision and just eat up everything that's coming out of our government.
Actually, I just remembered something, guys. Remember when we had Kevin on several weeks ago,
Yeah.
and And I just kind of like asked him, I said, Kev, the Olympics obviously are still scheduled to go on in Tokyo sometime this summer. And I was like, given the fact that, we're still where we are and you guys are like a little bit better, do you think you might be opening up, connecting flights to Japan through Saipan? And he goes, we've actually thought about that, but, nothing's firm yet.
Yeah.
And it would be, they'd have to do some like major planning and everything like that, but they said that might be in the cards.
Yeah. And maybe it's just a communications failure. Maybe the administration is just not communicating. I mean, they're posting on their Facebook and stuff, but that's really not communicating. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they just are clueless about how people are frustrated out here. About how people are just scratching their heads wondering what is up with this RISE Act. I mean, what's the governor got against the private sector? Like the senator said, she could pay it today. She could. It's direct assistance. That's a huge part of what the American Rescue Plan Act funding is supposed to be for, is providing direct assistance to people who have been adversely affected by COVID, which, the speaker had extension of remarks on Friday, and she had cited this study from the University of Guam. And she put here, we know based on the report the UOG just released last week on the impact of Guam residents and businesses that those populations most impacted negatively tended to be women, Chamorros, people under the age of 40 with incomes less than 50,000, and that 75% of those impacted by COVID worked in the private sector. So just with those numbers out there, it is almost criminal that the governor refuses to pay the RISE Act. And this isn't even new. She's been refusing to pay it since November, since they passed it, right? December, yeah. We got to get that clip from Senator Regine again.
I think it's still in there.
It's still in there, but I don't have it, so we're going to get that. We just play that on repeat for 4 hours for tomorrow's show. What do you guys think? We're just going to play Senator Regine Bisco-Lee, her soundbite where she says, Gov Guam, check your privilege. Private sector was suffering. Pay the RISE Act. We'll just play that every show for 4 hours until the governor pays the RISE Act.
Then we really could go out for milkshakes for breakfast. We're going to put that on loop. Just saying.
Oh, boy.
No, I just thought there's another thing that Saipan did that was more than us. Remember when they
Blueberry bread?
Remember when they got the chiller units?
Yeah.
But right, Bree, they had more chiller units than we did, right?
Now we're just nitpicking.
The refrigeration units.
Now that's just nitpicking. Come on. Let's get into the news now. It's 8:11. Good morning, guys. Miss a link, miss a lot. This is what we're talking about. Auntie Lou's being tight with the money because she thinks you guys are good already. She looks around. She's like, oh, Nana, they're eating out in the restaurant. They're going to the movies. They're getting the animals groomed. They have a gathering of 100 social gathering. They're okay. Bust that. Let's leave the money in the bank. We'll get interest. 8:12. Let's get into the news now, shall we? From the KUAM News team with the very latest, Sabrina Salas Matsanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Half a day, everybody. Anthony Salas pled guilty to negligent homicide as a third-degree felony and was sentenced to 3 years in jail, but all suspended. Salas appeared for a change of plea hearing Tuesday. He must pay $20,000 in restitution to the victim, George Dionis's family, of which he is to pay the first $10,000 within a week for funeral costs. It was in November of 2018 when Salas punched elderly Dionis in the face. His next court appearance was set for August 26th. A major drug case involving over 800 grams of meth was unsealed in district court, with Jose Tenorio Quirigua Jr. pleading guilty to attempted possession of 50 or more grams of meth with intent to distribute. According to his plea agreement, on November 2nd, 2017, U.S. Postal inspectors executed a search warrant for a package addressed to Nadine Quirigua. Investigators seized 868 grams of meth and replaced it with sham. Then a controlled delivery was conducted 5 days later, with Quirigua picking up the package in Mingilao. A traffic stop was conducted in Dededo, where he was arrested. Quirigua allegedly told investigators that he was supposed to turn over the package to an individual identified as initials JC in exchange for money, and that he knew the package contained meth. His sentencing was set for August 26th. 30-year-old Jico Raffini has been arrested for stabbing a man from behind, according to GPD spokesperson Sergeant Paul Tapau. On Memorial Day, officers responded to the stabbing in Dededo. Preliminary reports suggest the victim and Raffini were drinking when an argument ensued, and suddenly Raffini stabbed the victim in the back. The victim was immediately transported to GRMC for treatment. Raffini was arrested for aggravated assault and was booked and confined. A traffic stop resulted in the arrest of robbery suspect 32-year-old Curtis Victor Diaz. The Guam Police Department reports that on May 31st, police conducted the stop along Route 4 in Sinahaña when they discovered meth and drug paraphernalia during a search of a Lexus. Diaz was the driver. He was transported to Central Precinct Command for further investigation. According to a police background check, Diaz was wanted for questioning relative to a robbery and theft of a motor vehicle investigation from December 3rd, 2020 in Agate. Diaz faces a slew of charges including robbery, theft of a motor vehicle, assault, illegal possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. Disconnections continue for GPA customers who are well behind in their bills, but even though the moratorium for non-payment has been lifted, GPA says it will still try to work out a payment plan to help keep the lights on. Nestor Lecanto reports.
But those that are delinquent or seriously delinquent, I mean, everyone will, but those most especially seriously delinquent, who have that balance divided by 12, and then they have to pay their regular bill plus that balance, otherwise disconnection will occur.
GPA General Manager John Beneventi says as of June 1st, there were about 3,500 customers that were delinquent.
I see the lobby a lot busier than usual this morning.
And it doesn't get any easier from here. GPA got approval from the CCU to raise the fuel surcharge starting in August. On average, residential bills will increase by $57 a month. Beneventi says they've tried to absorb the steep increase in the price of global oil, but can do so no longer.
By this July, we'll be $30 million under recovered. And there's just not that much more cash to maintain, to be able to buy the oil tankers, because now a tanker of fuel will cost about $20 million. No? So we have to collect and we have to pay.
Beneventi has met with the governor, who has expressed interest in providing American Rescue Plan funding to help stave off a rate increase. But in the meantime,
we have to be financially stable. We have bond obligations. We have bond covenants. No, yeah. If we're not, then we're going to go from back. Really, we're very fortunate that we're financially still sound, and we were able to advance all of this cash throughout the period, but we can degrade much more from where we are. Otherwise, we will now begin to feel the impacts.
A final decision by the Public Utilities Commission on the rate increase is expected at its meeting in late July. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
An OPA audit released Tuesday confirms a previous administration announcement that the government's general fund ended fiscal year 2020 with a $46 million surplus. The cumulative deficit was reduced to just $1.5 million from $47.8 million the previous fiscal year. But the audit notes that public employees' pension and benefit liabilities still leave GovGuam's total deficit at more than $2.4 billion. The audit finds that withholding tax from pandemic unemployment assistance substantially contributed to reducing the deficit. GovGuam reported about $325 million in income tax revenue in FY 2020, which is an increase of $44 million over the previous fiscal year. But gross receipts tax revenue, a measure of business activity, decreased from $315 million in FY 19 to $296.5 million in FY 20. With more news, here is Isaiah Uggan.
Hafa good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Couches, coolers, washers, and dryers are just some of the many white goods you may see on the side of the road. Illegal dumping continues to make a foul mess of the island. Tyler Matanani spoke with the Guam Solid Waste Authority to find out what services they offer that help combat the clutter.
Guam Solid Waste Authority General Manager Larry Gast says that one of the first things he noticed when he got on Guam was the illegal dumping problem.
After I saw a couple of fires on the south end near the roadways, you saw all these white goods that were just sitting on the side of the road that people dump. White goods are basically what you would think of as an appliance.
Each GSWA customer is subscribed to garbage and recycling collection and is entitled to 2 bulky waste pickups a year.
Which could be a reclining chair, it could be a couch, it could be a washer, it could be a dryer, a dishwasher, something that you have that you don't want anymore.
Guest says it was then that he started advocating for an island-wide collection program, to which he says, based on meetings with Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, is something she's very much interested in. In order for that to happen, several legislative changes would have to be made before the program can take off.
If it gets approved, the biggest drawback is going to be getting the equipment.
But the crazy current state of supply systems around the world has made purchasing new trucks and equipment quite difficult. Gast has contacted 17 different dealerships in Florida alone, but none of them had any trucks on the lot.
We could probably start phasing in and, probably start in the north end of the island or south end or one spot. As we get one truck, we could include more people. Get another truck, include more people.
Gast hopes to start rolling out the island-wide collection program by the middle of 2022. Solid waste is one of the items covered under the CARES Act, which is how GSWA looks at purchasing a total of 12 specialized vehicles. To find out more on GSWA and to register for their services, contact their office at 646-3111. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Anthony Celis pleads guilty to negligent homicide as a third-degree felony and was sentenced to 3 years in jail, but all suspended. Celis appeared for a change of plea hearing Tuesday morning with alternate public defender Annie Gell. As stated in court, he must pay a $20,000 restitution fine to the deceased victim, George Dionis, of which he is to pay the first $10,000 within a week to the family for funeral costs. According to KUAM files, it was on November 2nd, 2018, when Celis allegedly punched elderly Dionis in the face. The victim passed away in the ICU and the manner of death was ruled a homicide. Celis' next court appearance was set for August 26. After nearly 3 weeks of investigations, the Guam Fire Department confirms that the official cause of the DeWitt warehouse fire was undetermined. GFD acting spokesperson Cherika Targaloff says the warehouse has been released back to DeWitt and Midpack Warehouse LLC. However, GFD's full investigative report is pending and a debriefing is expected to occur sometime this week. Targaloff adds that the ATF National Response Team is no longer assisting GFD. Further, the warehouse owners need to obtain proper demolition and debris hazardous waste permits. DeWitt President Corrine Birking provided a statement to KUM thanking the local and federal organizations for their help. Birking stated, due to the quick actions from the GFD and our fire protection wall, the rest of our warehouse was spared and no other structures were damaged. We continue to be 100% focused on working with our accounts who suffered a loss in this tragedy and would like to thank them for their patience and understanding. Germany's defense minister made a brief visit to Guam recently. According to Joint Region Marianas Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, met with local military and civilian leaders and discussed the increased German responsibility and presence in the Indo-Pacific region. They also talked of maintaining stability and peace throughout this strategically important part of the world, an emphasis on the importance of German and U.S. military-to-military cooperation. The minister also toured the naval base Guam and Andersen Air Force Base. She was here as part of a larger visit to the Indo-Pacific region. Prior to Guam, she was in South Korea. Also, according to a Japanese government press release, a German Navy frigate will soon be developed to the Indo-Pacific for monitoring and surveillance activities against illicit ship-to-ship transfers by North Korea-related vessels. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUM News Prime Time.
And now,
all right, my friends, we have GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. That's coming up in a few moments. So first, let's get you up to speed on what's happening around the island in Guam's native Chamorro tongue. Here's Uncle King Conception with your Chamorro News Update.
Buenos updates to get soon to be Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. At the all-rise na programa ni anunsya magahag agimapos na semana sa aumenta ekonolofika para local direct pandemic relief na programa. Loy magas mino di legislatura si Senador Chris Duenas, elengya na tiklaro ko di 30 milyon pesos na salapi ni paroma na setbi sa gonilay, sina kinubri to di tao-tao siya. Elengya mas si Duenas na David Ulibiano esti umatungo ni administrasyon ni kwanto managahe di gasto, zo managaha mas salapi. Also na inadin eksekutibo ni Ninai Department of Revenue and Tax 30 dias para ma-identifika hafan na salapi para manasabi sa matutuni aplikasyon. Elengya si Duenas na ti David umapada sa matsogi dat yung tinaka up na tempo para matsogi. Director of Revenue and Tax ay explica na direktamento na itoridad manisisita gininiman manapapasi tax para manasabi record niya para all-rise na programa. Masasunto, aplit ko'y guilty si Anthony Salas niya di matsakina no negligent homicide no minartes grado na felony. Na sentensya para 3 anos gipreso masuspendi. Ano ginigap gikotti si Salas para tulay ka na plea hearing. Sumisya ni alternate public defender na abogado niya si Annie Gale. Numasangan gikotti debido a pasi 20 pesos na restitution para imatay na biktima George Dionis. Debido a pasi lamita guihi ni 10 pesos enti yung simana na tempo batigi familia para gasto na entero ni biktima. Según el record de KUAM, arresta si Salas gidiad 2 de noviembre 2018 sakan ane paniti si Dionis gifasunya. Amko si Dionis esta sa makoni para espitat sa matay gi ICU. Imanera ni fanaytay niya sa maklasifika na homicide. Pero birag itati gikorti si Salas gidiad 26 gi Agosto. Di mas asunto, mambisita ang rato ginigizagwahan ni Defense Minister para Germany para Alemania. Según ni Joint Region Mariana, si Minister Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, umasoda din man maga sa gobernamentong guahan sa ni militar. Madiskuti na pero maatisa mas si responsabli sa ni ginaygan na Alemania gwini na bandantano i Indo-Pacific region. Mangantes loke po di menanayan ni Paz dyan establi gwini gi importante na lugar gi imundo. Dyan mas si St. Preciso na seguridad militar Alemania dyan ni Estados Unidos. Habisita loke Minister in Naval Base Guam dyan ni Anderson Air Base. Igagi gwini si Kramp-Karrenbauer sa pati planunan ni probisita masagad gwini mangi na bandantano antes di fatto gwini stabagi South Korea. Gimas sigon ni press release gin gobernamenton Hapon aji German Navy frigate sa tiwamban ma-deploy gwati gi Indo-Pacific region para upulan sa masanatan aktibidad probido siya entry transferin batko esta batko gining North Korea. Yutumu, gimate sa proklama i goberno na Hunyo na mesa Pride Month. Membro ni Mina 36 na legislaturang guahan sa mapresenta resolution lokwi entry di virtual na seremonyo. Masilelebrate Pride Month kada sakan entry todo mundo. Masilelebrate na kumpli dyan ipinadesi siya ni mahula ni membro ni LGBTQ na komunidad. Ilanya si Leisha Casio, iuno ni mustablisa equality Guam na maseman sinipote siya ni Administrasyon Leon Guerrero Tenorio ese na minimum para pinareho na tratamento sa timafak po. Conforme lo que magahaga failang niya sa kasyo dasangan na David di tatsogi mas para tatulay kakstrumbi dyan yung nasunitato siya puri LGBTQ na komunidad. David di mas ufan manimbadga dyan naman afansano gi esti na hinano. Asangan mas sa goberno na administrasyon niya sa makontinue para umatsonik ipinareho dyan binali na tratamento para todo gunigi islata. Segundo goberno Justin Oriol asangan na i-cabinet esti na administrasyon sa gawa 8 na member ni komunidad di LGBTQ. Para Guam News Network, Guam Second Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers beyond our borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam On Demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement.
Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Ekangok ega dan edza kifinu Chamorro giasuntun Chamorro kada dia gi KUAM News. Gatsa gi idaling na programa gi alas 8 gi egaan gi Isla Chamorro Streaming Radio pedi KUAM News YouTube na channel para linabian fasilidad mizu. Malata fanita para mas informasyon mentres sa diligencia isang presyosa na kulturata entry sesultan na setbi kada dia ilingwahin natibo ni Chamorro. Iasunto gifinu Chamorro sa nina fafatu dan pinalinunudzi ni familia mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Back someday. Anytime I want my half, I need it. I'll be present in a New York minute. Don't deceive me now, you know it's business.
56 Hope, rock me. Good morning, Miss Ling, Miss Lot. Morning, KUAM TV. Morning. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E. It's The Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up? In the KUAM News Zoom room, Education Superintendent John Fernandez standing by. Good morning, John.
Off today, good morning. Thanks, guys. The week flew by since we last spoke, but I think that's how the summer is going to be. So glad to see you again this week.
Can we start with the parent input meetings that start? I think. Oh, they start today?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm happy to get to those. I guess first would probably be best to just, if I could, just wish congratulations to all of our 2021 graduates, high school graduates, our seniors, class of 2021. Today is June 2nd, and we are starting our first Grad and Go ceremony this afternoon at 9 p.m. John F. Kennedy High School, so go Islanders. Woohoo! And then, so Islanders will start off their ceremony this afternoon, and from there we'll get into the rest of the high schools. I believe Teton High School will be next on Friday at 9 a.m. and then so on and so forth until we get to, I believe, GW High School will be bringing up the end of the graduations next week. I think it's on June 11th. So I just want to, I just wanted to just shout out to all the students and who made it to graduation, their parents, their teachers, their administrators, through a very tough year. And, we were able to facilitate the grad and go ceremonies this year. And we just want to wish all of them the very best. And we know that this group of students graduating, I think the word that keeps coming up is resilience, being able to get through all of the ups and downs of the past 18 months and still keep their eye on the goal. So congratulations to the class of 2021 from all of us, the Guam Department of Education. Now, again, Sabrina, so we, in the midst of all of the, things that we're doing this summer, you're right, we are scheduling a couple of parent meetings. This has to do with the strategic planning that we're doing, to set the roadmap for the next 5 years. So today at 6 p.m., we have a parent and family input session. It's on grading policy, but the main focus will be on the state strategic plan for the next 5 years. And then also, on tomorrow evening, at same time, 6 p.m. on Zoom, a special session that will be dedicated to our parents and families of students with disabilities. So those are the two upcoming sessions. That information is on our DOE Facebook site, and I know the schools have pushed it out to parents. But we look forward to really hearing from our stakeholders, our students and our families regarding the direction of the department and really how we adjust to this new normal coming out of COVID-19. So so thank you for bringing that up, and we definitely, amongst everything that we're trying to do, the board did feel very strongly that we ought to refine and retune, fine-tune our strategic plan to take into account the disruption that we've seen over the past 18 months and try to refocus ourselves on a recovery effort, coming out of this year. So we look forward to all of those who can attend. I just want to, I think the last time we talked, we talked about the summer school. So summer school is actually starting next week. Again, we reported 5,400 students who were registered as of last week, but we are still accepting those registrations. So we are hearing from emails from parents who are asking whether they can still go to their school and try to sign up. So that is happening, and we are very happy for those students and families who are coming to school and I think using this as a transition to the regular school year, having a little bit more confidence in the overall public health situation, as well as in our school's ability to take care of their kids while they're at school. So, again, this is not 28,000 kids, it's 5,400 kids, but at the same time, it gives us, a bigger population to, transition with and ensure that we improve our safety protocols and review our safety protocols in light of more children on campus. So we're looking forward to the summer being an opportunity to just make sure we double test everything that we're doing. And then, of course, we talked about the preparation for next school year. So just an update, we're tracking the vaccinations of school employees as well as our students in the 12 to 15 and 16 to 19 age groups. So right now we have about 66% of our school employees who are fully vaccinated. So that's just over 2,100 school-based employees. So these are your teachers and staff, administrators out of the schools. And, we're talking about, a little bit over 3,000 school-based employees in any given year. So we're at 66%. And again, our target is to get to 80%. For the students, it looks like, we're meeting weekly to get updates on the student data. So of our 16 to 19-year-olds, we now have 40% of them who are fully vaccinated. And then, of course, with the 12 to 15-year-olds, they are just now hitting that window for their second doses. So there aren't any 12 to 15-year-olds yet who are in our database, in the database as fully vaccinated. But we do know that at least 15%, as of the end of last week, have received their first dose. So I know that yesterday, or I think a little bit earlier this week, was the first time that the window opened for the students who received their first dose to come back and get their second dose. So hopefully by the end of this week, we'll see those numbers start to tick up. And again, our goal is to get to 80% for students and for the employees. What I understand, in my meetings with the governor, lieutenant governor's office, I know that they are looking at what other states are doing to encourage vaccinations. And one of the topics that came up is, our incentives. Short of a mandate for everyone to get the vaccine. I think nobody's gone to that length in discussing that as an option. But I know that I've seen other states offer basically like a lottery prize every week for those who got their vaccination. So I know that that's under consideration here. But what we're looking at is specifically for our employees and for our students. We're trying to brainstorm ideas to see what we could do to get students and their families and their employees to take the vaccine and get us to that 80% mark. So that's our goal, and that's the work that we're doing with public health. So just a brief update on those numbers.
John, are you guys looking at summer school as kind of like a litmus test for the upcoming regular school year in terms of how we perform with face-to-face?
Yeah, I mean, we're taking it from where we were last year, which was with the 6-foot distancing, the alternating days, and then we had about 30% of our kids coming to school at any one time. Now we're looking at the 3-foot distancing. We're looking at bus protocols and so forth, just to try to make sure that for those students who come, and they come every day now. So I mean, they're coming. They're not alternating. They're coming for the 4 days of the week, from Monday through Thursday. And so coming those several days in a row, that's the issue that we'll have to make sure we adjust to. So that has to do not just with the preventive protocols, but should there be any indication of someone being impacted by COVID-19 out of the community, that we, that'll affect our contact tracing and other response procedures. So definitely we're tuned up to have those students come back. We're excited to have them come back. We want to make sure that we give them a worthwhile experience. But yeah, you're right. It's absolutely an opportunity to just fine tune what we're doing, so that when we get 85% of our kids back, in August, that we're ready for that.
How are you guys doing with spending your ESF 2? Was it 2 funds?
Right. So we have we have ESF 1, ESF 2, and then the ARP fund. So ESF 2, the procurements are underway, and what I did the other day was with some of the time over the weekend was try to prioritize the urgent matters that have to get done. So I have a list of about 50 things that are on that that front burner list, as you can imagine. But yes, we're definitely again prioritizing and working to expedite the use of those funds for the items that are critical to the opening of schools. So a lot of focus on school maintenance, a lot of focus on the ventilation, the HEPA filters, and so forth to make sure that we're ready to go on day one. Making sure that the PPEs are in place and those items. There are other things that are also going to be coming that aren't necessarily crucial for day one, but those items are also being tracked to make sure that they get through the procurement process as soon as we can. With regard to the American Rescue Plan, we are, I think I told you we were very close to finalizing the numbers there. Now, we haven't finalized the budget. There's some questions that we still have, and I've put to USDOE to clarify before we finalize them. But at this particular time, with our estimate is that we have about almost $150 million at least, focused on capital improvements and facility safety. So of the 287 million, the share that comes to GDOE public schools is about 237 million. And the rest of that, of course, is for private schools and charter schools to avail themselves of services from the department. But of that 237, about 150 million of that is really going towards facility safety. And then, of course, the remaining portion of that, much of that is really focused on learning recovery as required by Congress. So we anticipate finalizing these numbers hopefully, by early or mid next week, once we get the answers from USDOE, that'll allow us to finalize it. But in general, I think you can see the picture here. What we're trying to do is address the safety requirements of the school, help the schools, address those outstanding needs that they've had, and then try to sustain these safe environments over the next 3 to 5 years by putting in the investment now. So that's where we're probably going to end up. We met with Joe San Augustine last week in preparation for our appropriations hearing. It was supposed to be yesterday was our appropriations hearing, but it's since been postponed to the 21st. And part of that is because, we've gone in to assure him that, with the funding that we're getting, if those funds can address some of the budget requests that we had put to the legislature back in January, we definitely want to remove those items from the request. So as of when we met with him, we told him that, based on our review, we could probably bring that $373 million request down below $300 million, just based on, what was being set aside for capital improvements, as well as for instructional supplies and technology and so forth. So that's not, down to 200 million, it's below 300 million. And we're going to finalize, those numbers as we get towards the hearing date. The board will be meeting on June 15th. And at that time, I expect them to revise our budget request and resubmit it formally to the legislature. The other component we talked a lot about, and yet, we're still scrubbing to get to a final number, is the guidance from USDOE regarding the maintenance of effort. So with regard to the CARES Act, which is ESF1, $41.5 million, we were anticipating a need to receive $207.9 million from the general fund and from the Territorial Education Fund for operations. So that's the number we've given and shared with Senator San Augustine. And that number was supposed to apply to FY20, which is already done, and then this year, which is fiscal year 2021. So just based on that number, it looks like we're about a couple $1 million short from meeting that maintenance of effort in FY20, and then FY21 is still ongoing. So we'll see where we end up at the end of this year. So what we got to go do is figure out what do we do now that it's, now that we see there's a shortage. We want to go back and make sure we, double check the numbers, but work with USDOE to figure out what we do if we haven't met the maintenance of effort for period 1. For ESF2, which is the 110 million, and then ARP, which is the 287 million, the formula changed. So now they're asking us to use a percentage of a percentage of what was provided in terms of state support for elementary and secondary education based on the overall spending of the government, and then take that number, which is around 30%, a little bit over 30%, and take that and apply it to this next budget. So we're really trying to get, hone in on the exact percentage that we are going to be submitting to USDOE and work with the governor to make sure we're on the same page. But if that becomes the maintenance of effort, what we'll be saying by the time we get to the hearing is this is the percentage, recognizing the challenges and all the other issues going on with the government. What USDOE is requiring is that we meet a minimum level of support for K to 12 on the local side, and the percentage is going to be, what we present to the legislature. And the failure to meet that percentage leaves us open to potentially losing access to those federal dollars. So again, I think what they'll be doing is taking that percentage and applying it against the overall appropriations for the government. And as long as we hit that mark, we should be okay. But if we fail to meet that maintenance of effort, the guidance that we receive, includes sanctions such as return or just, no longer having access to the federal dollars that are unexpended. So that's a big deal for us. And we're going to be working to clarify that before the 21st, which is our public hearing date.
Wow. You said you had some additional questions for USDOE regarding some of the funding you guys got. What types of inquiries are those?
So there are, the focus is really on getting schools returned, to to safe conditions and so forth. So we have a couple of things that we're seeking, to make sure these are allowable. So one of the requests was to determine whether new construction is allowed. We know that typically these funds are not used for new construction. So we were, but again, with these funds and these unusual times, we wanted to know if we could take build a pavilion, for instance, in an area that has been cleared at a school, so we could provide for some outdoor space with seating and shelter at a school that doesn't have it currently. So there's some items like that really are just a matter of, is it allowable? If it's not, we'll reallocate funds. We wanted to know if we could begin a pilot of school-based health centers, either at the schools or in a mobile fashion. Right now, working with public health, we're already doing a lot together to do the vaccinations and the testing. We anticipate that some of those items will still continue through the next couple of years, including COVID-19 testing at different schools. And then we also wanted to see if we could start combining that with the other services that our students typically require. Some of that is, basic immunization. Some of that is physicals and so forth. So we've been working on this with public health to put the necessary pieces in place to allow for that partnership. But we believe that this would be really, better, not better handled, but it would be a supplemental, it would be a support to public health to have more school-based, community-based services available. And if the Medicaid cap is lifted, that gives us access to funding that could be used to reimburse for these services that are being provided. So the question, of course, is then, can we use the ARP funds to support what are essentially new programs to address the health and safety? So it's something that came up late in the discussions, and of course, before we put it in, we wanted to get some clarity. So items like that are really kind of the tail end of this discussion. Now, of course, it's not going to shift. It's not going to shift the $237 million picture overall, but it'll help us finalize that list. But essentially, one of those numbers I gave you, that's about 150 million will go to capital improvements. That's going to be roughly the same when we put the pencils down and finalize the request.
Here's a comment. Jen comments in, will uniforms be required as school year 21-22?
Stand by. June 15th is the board meeting on that. So that's when we anticipate to finalize some of those decisions. So June 15th, board meets, and that will be on the agenda for resolution.
Is it pretty controversial, John?
Well, it's interesting because the focus on uniforms really came out of the financial, impact that COVID-19 had immediately. So we definitely didn't want to create more barriers to students returning to school when the time came. So the waiver was for a year to remove the uniform mandate and allow schools to set a dress code, but allow students to come in, in clothes that met the dress code but were not officially the uniforms. So I know that the board members have been hearing the pros and cons of that. I mean, some parents and some families really wanted to go back to the uniforms. Some of the schools prefer the uniforms just because it's easier to keep track of who's on campus. And of course, trying to regulate some of the kinds of t-shirts that you can guess kids are wearing to school, right? So every now and then they'll send a kid back and, get a more appropriate, shirt on when you come back. So it'll, of course, take the burden off of the administration in that regard. But again, we do know that families are still being impacted by COVID-19, and so we want to be attentive to that. My understanding is I heard, and maybe you guys can confirm that Guam High was doing away with uniforms for next year. So that was interesting news to hear them move away from uniforms on a base where uniforms are, typically typically required of everybody else. But I just heard that, so I know other schools are looking at their uniform policies and deciding what's best for their kids and families.
John, before we just real quick, are uniforms required for summer school?
No, they're not required for summer school.
And then lastly, and I don't know if I missed it when you were discussing the spend plan for any of these Fed funds, but are you able to use any of the Fed funds to shore up any gaps or shortages in special education?
So, with special education, the funds that we're using, there are items in there that are targeted to our classrooms and our students with disabilities and so forth. So yes, it is able to supplement those items. We're not using the funds to hire personnel on a full-time basis, as you might guess, because these funds run out. And at the end of 2 years, if you have employees who are not able to be funded on the local side, it becomes a big problem. We are using it to address some limited term support. So bringing employees on a temporary basis to assist with supervision, as well is going to be helpful. So yes, it'll help us with special education. But I know that special education will also see additional funds as well. We're just waiting to hear, word on what those uses will be, what uses will be allowed for the use of those funds as part of the relief that's being provided by USDOE.
All right. I want to say anything else, but I feel like you covered everything.
Yeah, no, again, I'm sure I think at the end of the day, what I hope to be able to do is, again, part of our strategy is really focusing on the safety of our school facilities. And then again, with the vaccination drive, seeing how that develops over the summer, I think those will be critical in making sure that public health feels comfortable in relaxing some of the other strategies that are out there that we are also implementing. So again, our goal is 5 days a week for students who are coming back face to face. And while we of course have a plan B and a plan C and plan D, plan A is.
But you don't have a plan E, do you?
Right. Plan A, that getting back, that's just really critical to our kids, our families, and reopening this island. And we just can't see going to plan B easily and without a fight. So Lieutenant Governor knows that. He's on the same page. It's just a matter of making sure we're in line with all the public health statistics.
Right on, John. Thank you. Thank you for the talk. Good info this morning.
All right, thanks, Ike.
Bring it in. Let's go. Viva GDOE!
Viva! But and I like how the superintendent said that, Chris. We have obviously our plan A, then we got plan B, plan C. They probably would go straight to plan E because we don't say F in public school.
No, we don't.
We don't shoot for F. We go straight for the top.
Yep, got it. Thank you, John.
All right, thanks, guys.
There you are, Jason. Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
I was still trying to look. I was scouring the internet trying to see if Shark Scope is a known thing. I'm the only guy that
it's Shark's Hole.
Yeah.
It's 8:56.
Maybe that's why.
Break time, guys. We're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
The world of
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement.
Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Goncharfres, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy, we're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it, we all have to make a choice, so whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations, seniors!
Matala starts the bay. Good morning, Sun 05. Morning, KUM TV. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. Good morning.
Good morning.
Joe, sir, you never hear from, like, I've said so many times, yeah. You could be standing next to Joe, sir, when it's 100% safe to do so. Stand next to him like a Kmart for an hour. You'd never know it was him. Strike up a conversation with him and everything. Wow, that was the nicest guy in the world. Oh, yeah, that was Joe, sir, from the link.
Silent Joe.
Yeah, Silent Joe. It's 9:06. Coming up, Jay, we're going out to Chamorro Village.
We are. Yeah, so my Auntie Marilyn is going to join us, and she's bringing some farmers in the Zoom room, and they're going to talk about what they're doing to give Dad a wonderful Father's Day with some of their wares.
Nihita celebra si tata. Let's celebrate Dad. That's going on, today and Friday. And we'll get more info on that coming up for you right here on the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Jack in the Box, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. We got Cover Me. This is a cool little performance, Jay.
Yeah, and this is rock. And we told you at the top of the show, Kin Conception, who has been on the radio for a really, really long time. He, being a veteran, he served in the U.S. Army, and I want to say he was artillery. Do you know Chris for sure? I think that's what he did. Yeah. Artillery and infantry, I believe, maybe.
Yeah. He actually had the launch codes for the nukes.
Yeah. But Uncle Ken actually served as a member of our U.S. military, and so anytime it comes, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, he's always like the first man up to do what he can to thank his fellow servicemen and, of course, to honor and remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. And he actually got together with some other servicemen, and they put on a little concert.
Yeah, they did a whole concert.
Not a little concert, by the way. I mean,
it was a big
they
one.
rocked out.
Yeah, and these are a bunch of old school musicians. And this next track is Hasui Sindalun Marianas. Remember the Soldiers of the Marianas? And it's Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Docomo Pacific, as well as our buddies over at Burger King, Mr. Rudy. Thank you guys. Remember, Whopper Wednesday, It's coming. I got more info on the way.
Well, it is Whopper Wednesday today.
Right. Oh, that's right. It is. Hello. It's Whopper Wednesday today. It's Wednesday?
Yep.
Yep. Hunt Day. Celebrating the class of 2021. Remember, when you go to Burger King, you buy a Whopper and you say, I love, love, love the Whopper. And you get a free Whopper. Just like that. They're making it rain with the Whoppers.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with doing that for a date. I would do that for a date if I could get a date.
Right.
I would just be like, I love, love, love the Whopper. Here you go.
Hey, here you go, baby. Right on. Look what I hooked up for you. Try it out, Jay. Right? Who wants a Whopper? Go with Jay.
Okay, at least we know the Whopper part's gonna work.
Right.
That part's gonna work. The other stuff, I wouldn't.
You give him the free Whopper, and then hopefully you got a little dessert, Jay.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it.
909.
I've crashed.
Don't gamble. Don't gamble.
I've crashed and burned too many times.
It's Cover Me. TMI, my friend. TMI. Right here on the link. Good morning.
Mamlikay ko na uzong. Pala ta no italo on ra no. Imilitat. Here once knew his name and know what a hero was he. If the boy came back to man, still the folks here don't understand about the reasons why we are free. I still recall the look in his eyes and the tears he had to cry. He said these words to me. That old gave some, but some gave all. Some saw it for the red, white, and blue. Some had to fall. But if you should remember me, think about all them liberties and recall. Try and recall. Some gave all. Watango unanya Francisco sen matangan zan bot baru anayas turoju pun mapidotnya. Para todo si mangatsongnya iku masa ajuna pola para uprotehi maderania ileknya panogi ay matamoru ipati ay linada pogo sa unahi na nosa. โตเดือจะพูดแล้วมันมองไปตัวดีปันเอรันอายมันจะโมลือ Oh if you don't remember me think about all them liberties and recall try and recall some gay ball rock it out guys. Try and recall some gay ball. Everybody for coming out tonight to support this beautiful, beautiful honor and ceremony for the military. Thank you.
Daniel De Leon Guerrero there with a bunch of just great Mr. Franquez, of course, Ken.
Larry Franquez on drums?
No.
Oh, no.
And I think it's Joey on the keys.
Okay.
And then Ken Conception, of course, shredding it on that guitar solo.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a beautiful guitar, too.
Yeah, and that show is, Jay, it was like an hour-long little mini concert for Memorial Day.
Yeah, I'm trying to, because Uncle Ken just sent me that last night. He just emailed me. So, we're going to get the full version for you guys, because obviously you guys are going to want to watch that.
How's your donut?
It's fantastic.
Right on.
Thank you, Bree. Sabrina's son came here about maybe an hour into the show, and he walked in and he had a box full of donuts, and he's like, "Here, guys."
Right on.
He's gonna be my height
tomorrow.
Yeah, he is sprouting up, Bree.
I know. I think he might even be taller than me, or we're right at the same height now.
Wow.
What did the doctor say? Like, what his height's gonna be? Because they can estimate that kind of thing.
I don't know.
And he's
you know what the doctor said? He's gonna be tall.
Well, and he's very much into basketball now, and he's
playing basketball. He still does his jiu-jitsu.
He's in the camp this summer, right?
Yeah, he's in the at Elite. Yeah,
Elite. Nice.
Hey, so shout out to Dom and those guys.
Yeah, Willie.
Willie.
9:17, guys. We got to take a break, and we're coming back, heading to Chamorro Village next on the link. Good morning.
KUAM's
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly email newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, Uno Go has that too. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Never let you go. So I want you to know that I will never leave you, will never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, you was all I want, girl. I can never leave you, can never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, you was all I want, girl. So tell me what's on your mind. We can spend some time sipping fine champagne and catch a little buzz while you freak okay. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm feeling kinda ill for you. I've got this thing for you, 'cause everything you do, you got me into you. You got me into you. And I don't never wanna let you go. Never let you go. So I want you to know that I will never leave you, will never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. No man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, you was all I want, girl. I can never leave you, can never hurt you. I can make you cry no more. Man can never love you the way I love you. You was all I want, you was all I want. You're like an angel in disguise, my eyes cannot seize. From staring at your body, you sway like palm trees. That palm breeze, you're fresher than fruit squeeze. Now I can't refrain from dipping your whipped cream. Every time the phone rings, I'm off the chain quick. I'm hoping it's you, babe. I'm feeling for you, babe. Them thick lips, sexy thighs, baby, got it going on. For you, I sing this song, come on. And I don't never wanna let you go. Never let you go. So I want you to know that I will never leave you, will never hurt you. I can make you
923.
cry no more.
Rest in peace.
I can never love you
Savage K
the way I love
forever.
you. You was all I want, you was all I want, girl. I can never leave you, can never hurt you. I can make you cry no more.
Also, shout out to we had a little remembrance death anniversary from Auntie Jeannie Manti Lawling, who passed of cancer years ago. So We had a birthday here.
Jonah Gonjarver's birthday was yesterday.
Yeah, so we're going to add her to our birthday list. What do we got here? I have a heavenly birthday dedication. Rosa Mofnis Nago would have been 92 years old, coming from your 3 beautiful granddaughters and your great-great-great-grandson, Hacksaw.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Did you say Hacksaw?
I said Hacksaw, Bree.
That'd be the second person I've ever known named.
Well, Hacksaw Dugan.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I was gonna
Right,
say
yeah.
professional wrestler.
So happy heavenly birthday. That's coming from the Nago family, obviously. And let's do it. You guys ready? If you're having a birthday today, this next one's for you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Rosa Mofnis Nago and Joe Nuggan-Charfaris.
And Lanny Walker.
And everyone else's birthday it is today.
Happy birthday to you. May the dear Lord bless you.
May
the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless.
Rosa Mofnis Nago, Joe Nuggan-Charfaris.
Lanny Walker
and everyone
and
else's
everybody else.
birthday is today too.
Happy birthday to you.
Right on. Happy birthday, if it's your birthday.
Woo. Okay, wait. Because I was away for a couple
Okay.
weeks, have we still got? Are we still doing movie tickets to give away? There's some
Um,
really good movies.
There
coming
are
out.
there are some really great movies here.
Yeah. Okay. So while Chris looks that up, I know because I'm a big movie freak, guys. There is A Quiet Place Part 2, which if you saw Part 1, like blew everybody away.
Oh
They're
my
just scary
goodness, I
movies.
forgot to check my chat.
The James Bond movie is coming out. Top Gun 2 is coming out.
There's a James Bond movie.
There's a new
coming
James
out?
Bond movie that got delayed. So
Really?
Yeah.
What is it?
So
Is it is it still
Who's James Bond?
Daniel Craig or is
Yeah.
it's not? There was this talk about Idris Elba being James Bond.
Really?
Yeah.
for a future movie, I believe that they're working
No,
on.
there was
Careful
talk,
there, Bree.
There
Easy.
was talk that the Bridgerton guy was going to be James Bond too.
Bridgerton. Yeah, I don't know his name. What kind of name is he using?
Is it Renee? I forget.
What's
He's
your favorite
really
James? I mean,
cute.
everybody's watched a James Bond movie from our generation.
Yeah.
right?
That's tough.
I just love like every time when the movie opens. Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, I grew up with the Roger Moore.
Yeah, Roger Moore's my guy. I mean,
Right,
I know Sean Connery is it for so many people. And
Well,
like, there
for
was-
like your grandpa, yeah, Sean Connery's probably like that's the best James Bond boy. Daniel Craig though, I don't know what's so wrong with him.
he's
cool,
al-
right?
He's
He's
also
alright.
married to Rachel Weisz, the actress. She was the one in
Right,
Constantine.
yeah, and he kind of has that like ugly handsome thing going on.
Who's the model?
Yeah.
Who's the the
Yeah, who's the
Starlet.
Pierce
the-
Brosnan,
the-
Pierce Brosnan was
who's the lust interest in the new
yeah,
James
Pierce
Bond
Brosnan
movie?
was 007 for a
Right.
little while.
Yeah, so that's happening later this year, but right now at Tango Theaters, they do have a great selection of flicks, including A Quiet Place 2, and Minari is also playing Cruella, which is the origin story for Cruella de Vil.
And
Yep.
you know that stars Emma Stone, who is
Right.
phenomenal.
Yep. But we do have tickets this morning to give away for The Conjuring. The Devil Made Me Do It. For all the horror fans. Dude, I love The Conjuring. Right, sir? Yeah. Good stuff. And also Spirit Untamed for all you non-horror fans.
I'm scared just hearing the word.
The Conjuring?
Yeah.
The Devil Made Me Do It. Yeah, so I don't even know where they're at with The Conjuring. What happened in the last one, sir? The Nun. Oh yeah, it's the origin of Annabelle. Right. that's it.
Annabelle by itself is terrifying. And every single horror movie that's come out like in the last 3 years, the trailer is like always the same. It's like this summer. Fade to
Yeah.
black, fade to white.
Yep.
Chris Barnett.
It's so weird how we've managed to take like baby dolls and clowns and make them scary. Right? You know, what my kids just kind of stumbled onto in the last year or so is Chucky.
Oh, they're into Child's Play now.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I don't even know what they're rated, but they're like, Chucky. Like, oh, you guys know about Chucky? All right, it's 9:29. We're going to go over to Jason Solis, and he's going to take care of this next bit of great thing. All the dads, listen up right here on the link. Jason Solis, good morning.
Well, actually, everybody else in the family, listen up. We're going down to our island's beautiful capital of Hagåtña, where we have Dr. Marilyn Solis standing by.
Right, and this is part of our new weekly segment called The Greater Good. It is brought to you by your friends at Jay Goodman. It's a happiness company. You are in good hands with Jay Goodman. They sell quality products, best customer support, friendly service. You can order online 24 hours at guamgoodman.com. In-person pickup and Guam delivery free. Order with confidence. It's the Jay Goodman way.
Yeah, and they kind of do this like it's almost like an old country store type of thing where they have a bunch of different cool items. Like one of the things I saw that they have
like the old school, like the old-timey trading post.
like the general, what do they call
General
it?
stores.
General stores,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Yeah. So they've got like these cool little solar lights in there. They've got these bags here that are pretty neat. So I just want to thank Jay Goodman for jumping on to sponsor the Greater Good.
And they are located in the Agana Shopping Center. They're open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., then Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Again, you are in good hands with Jay Goodman.
All right.
Very nice.
And what we do with this segment that Jay Goodman is just so generous to sponsor is we kind of highlight people in the community who are doing things for the greater good. And anytime you want to recognize the awesome contributions of all the fathers on this island, I think you're doing a whole lot for the greater good. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis.
Well, everybody, there are a lot of people that are working to make this Father's Day very, very special. One of them I have a very personal connection to because she helped raise me. Let's be completely honest. Dr. Marilyn Solis is down in the capital right now at Chamorro Village. Good morning. Half a day, Auntie Mern. No. And how you doing down there? Yeah, there you go. Good morning, Auntie Mern.
Good morning. How are you?
Oh, good. It's so good to see you. I miss you. Half a day. And okay, for those of you listening right now, Dr. Marilyn Solis, she is a long time. She's an academic. She spent the majority of her career studying Micronesian culture and heritage. She came back to the island after getting her PhD in Arizona. Came back here. She worked at the university. She's done a lot of things. She's an entrepreneur. She owns a shop down there at Chamorro Village, and she sells bananas, which are really, really awesome, by the way. And like I said, probably her life's greatest challenge was helping to turn me into a positive, productive member of society. So she's doing great things right now. So, Auntie Mern, I know you got some. Yeah, good morning. You guys got some cool things coming up for Father's Day. Can you tell me all about Nihita Celebra si Tata?
Okay, I'm ready to tell you about that. We are Imetkao, the farmers market in Hagåtña, and every first week of the month, we invite the ornamental people down, and we set up plants, seeds, seedlings, produce. And so that's what we have today. But every day, Wednesdays, Fridays, 10 to 4, we're here. So our celebration of Tata is really to express the farmers market, and how it relates to our tatas. And so our theme is the Lentu. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, perfectly clear. So Auntie Mern, if people would like, and you guys are doing something so that people can celebrate their father for Father's Day, right? So it's today and Friday.
Today and Friday, and we even have a Kamzu contest.
Nice.
So they can grind coconut, and we have little gifts to give away. But at the same time, we're selling our produce. We're selling our ornamental plants. Can you see that behind me?
Yeah. That looks lovely.
Yeah. And then we dressed up in our bahaki or our farm clothes. So that's why I'm dressed like this.
No, I was gonna say, Auntie Mern, I love that lanchera hat on you. You look lovely with that.
Oh, Jason, I just want you to know that this is Tata's real hat.
Oh, that was okay. That was my grandfather's real hat that my auntie is now wearing. Oh man, that touches my heart so
This
much.
is Tata's machete.
I remember that.
Yes.
And that's now amazing, Auntie Mern, that you've got Tata's machete, because that was the one thing we could not go anywhere near. that was sacred territory.
Yeah. So as I walk around, you're gonna see some other lanceros.
Hey, buenas. Good morning.
This is Uncle Kelly, actually. Uncle Kelly. And this. And then.
Good morning. Half a day from KUAM. Hey, good morning, Auntie Dot. How are you?
Auntie Dot.
Yeah.
This is how
Well, I'm fine. We have to wake up early and get our plants down here.
Oh, very, very nice. So if people come and visit you, what can they expect to find?
What can you expect to buy?
Yeah.
You can expect to buy plants, ornamental plants. You can buy really good, huge mangoes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't show you, but we also have tools.
Okay, yeah,
see those
fathers are really gonna like that for Father's Day. Oh, those are gorgeous.
Yeah, and these farm tools were made by the bladesmith. And this is the bladesmith, Paul Lujan. Say hi.
Hi. Good morning. Half a day. Buenas, Paul. Hello from KUAM. Good morning.
Hey. How you doing?
Yeah, Paul. What kind of blades have you made that people can find today?
Those are like carbide steel.
Okay, carbide. All right. Yeah. So those are gonna last a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to give that to your grandchildren.
Yeah, and then look at these. See these little knives?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Some of these are just for the deer, but this is like the old style machete.
Yep, yeah. It's everybody thinks of like the machete and they think it's like this long blade. No, in Chamorro style, because it wouldn't be just to cut grass or to cut down the zacate, Auntie Mern. It would be used to to crack the coconut open with the dull edge, and there's a lot of stuff you can use the Chamorro machete for.
And then, can you guess on this one?
I think I saw that in Mortal Kombat, but that's.
This one is for taking out the coconut from the coconut shell.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've actually got some people in my neighborhood. They come up there to like my neighborhood up in Jigo, and they're neighbors of mine that are very, very generous, and they say, yeah, if you want to use them, go for it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So Paul is also a hunter. So.
And he's got some of the Venado right there. Yeah.
Yes, in season he hunted these and got them. So we had venison, right? So we are displaying.
Yeah, Auntie Mern, I'm gonna get a picture of you and Bambi right there. So once we're done with this interview.
Okay. What later?
Yeah.
Okay. And then this came from our ranch.
Ooh.
Lamai. And then from Jigo Ranch, bananas. These are other farmers' things. We even have okra, apples, and if you can see them, they are purchasing already. So we invite everyone to come down and join us.
Yeah, so Auntie Mern, everybody's, we as Guamanians, everybody did what we have to do over the last year, and everyone had to stay inside, and we weren't able to probably eat, really, really true fresh produce that our farmers have grown and harvested and everything like that. So what is it going to be if you're able to give you're a family and you give your dad for Father's Day some real authentic Guam fresh produce?
Can you ask me that question again? Because I didn't catch the first part.
Okay, sure, certainly. Yeah, what is it going to mean for people to go down there and then buy some authentic Guam fresh produce and they give it to their favorite father for Father's Day?
Oh, you know what? They can do it. We have everything from fruits and vegetables that are local, fresh, and affordable. Mm-hmm. Affordable is the key word, okay?
Yeah, I wanted to say, what about the price? What are you looking? Hi, good morning.
Oh. What about the what?
Yeah. So what about the pricing? What are we looking at as far as, because you said affordability is a big thing. So.
Right. You know, our bananas, everybody loves Manila bananas. And so Manila bananas are selling for half the price that you probably get it in other places.
Wow.
And so, yeah, but you know what? We are here for the community. So we keep our prices at the place where the common person can buy it, okay? And we also put out healthy things. We even make, we bring out medicine plants so you can buy that. Things like, let me see.
Also,
like
for like
mango
traditional healers and.
Yes, mango or ginger is a good one.
Okay.
So we have that on our table.
Yeah,
and we have
Auntie Myrna, is there any sour sap down there?
There is.
Okay, and
We have
everybody says
soursop.
like sour. You know, with all respect to the acai, everybody says sour sap is like the miracle fruit.
Yes, and you know what else? Miracle things are here. To me, ginger.
Yeah, miracles
Ginger.
are happening every day at Chamorro Village.
And then this is Uncle Ancito's favorite, the red apple.
Okay,
and I don't
yeah.
know the name. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's.
So we can have.
So for those of you who are listening right now, so my auntie, Dr. Marilyn Salas, married Dr. Ancito Walter, the former governor of Chuuk State, and they actually operate a farm right now. So you can find some of her bananas along with all the other produce from all the other farmers who are happy to be down there today. It goes today and Friday from 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. 8. Oh, someone's bashful.
Yes, this is my partner in crime. No.
Today and
Faustina,
tomorrow,
she and I
Today and
put out
Friday.
a lot of foods.
Hello, good morning. Oh, can I get a look at your mask? That's nice.
Morning.
Good morning. Half a
It's a
day.
Have a day.
So,
it's a peppermint.
Yeah,
Anti-orange.
Auntie Myrn, how's the crowd down there so far? I know you guys
So
open it.
far-
You guys open in about 19 minutes, but are there people already lining up?
Yeah, no, people are not lining up yet. They'll come by 10 or they'll even come near lunchtime because not only will I promote our Metcal in the Chamorro Village, but I want to promote the whole Chamorro Village.
Exactly.
Because people come to eat at the restaurants. There's
Senior mass.
there's all kinds here, and Asian food, Chamorro food, Jamaican food, and then we have other merchants that are selling arts and crafts. So we connect and reconnect to all our other merchants in the area.
Auntie Myrn, I got a question real fast. Somebody's watching right now on Facebook and they're saying exactly where in Chamorro Village are you located? You're like in the main pavilion, right?
So you come near the Fisherman's Co-op Road.
Mhm.
That's the road in. And then we are opposite the Fisherman's Co-op.
Hey, good morning. Hey, there's my Nina. Good morning.
Talk to your Nina a little bit.
Yeah, okay, that's Dr. Arlene Diaz, my beloved godmother. What?
Oh, Jason.
Go ahead.
Hi, Jace.
Good morning.
Well, the good news is I just put it on the table and my 20 bags of cotton just sold. Somebody's going to make himself a pillow.
Okay.
So,
And you know what? There are a lot of people from let's just say like older generations of Academy grads that are watching you right now, and I know they're saying this on Facebook, and they're like, "Man, I used to play tennis with Arlene and Marilyn way back at the Agania courts."
Yes, Arn still plays tennis, and your Nina still plays tennis,
I
and
know
I
she's
just
very successful.
and I'm better at swinging the machete now.
her weapon of choice is the machete. Her weapon of choice is still the racket. Hers is the machete and push cutter.
Well, let me ask you, like, Nina, are you just helping Auntie Mart, or I'm sorry, Auntie Myrn, or are you do you have your own booth?
No. I'm selling some of my seeds that I grew. So I'm selling Chinese broccoli seedlings, and I have the fortune plant seedlings.
Can I get a look at your booth? Can I get a
it's
look at your
just
booth? Yeah,
tiny.
let's go check out your booth.
Zoom in on
We'd like to see Jason out on the farm
Here's
at
the
the
edibles.
ranch one of these days.
This is a
Ask
spinach.
Nina if she can take you, Jason.
Yeah. And then this is Chinese gailan. Can you see
Okay.
that? Oh, but I can't see that. And then this is fortune plant. I like taking the baby seedlings and growing them.
Mm-hmm.
And then over here we have
we have Kathy's. Kathy's local lemons. You can do seedlings.
And point down to the cotton. And there's a cotton that just sold out
Oh wow!
from the backyard.
Somebody bought
And
all of that
the-
already.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Just a
So
dollar bag.
business is booming, man. I love to see that. Thank you, everybody, for
Gonna
coming
make
out to
pillow.
Chamorro Village.
Okay, Jace.
And then,
Love
Jay,
Yes, ma'am.
so we even have a coconut theme because coconut is so special. So here's coconuts, coconut shells, and coconut husk.
Yeah, and you said
So-
there's a come to exhibit, or is it a competition or demonstration or?
Be a competition, and we'll have it at 11:30.
Okay.
So there's 3 Kamzus and 3 competitors. And then
Jason,
we will do
signing
this
out.
again another time today. And then on Friday, we'll do it twice. So if anybody wants to come join our Kamzu competition, please come. It's this is a mini market right now, but we hope to expand as we want to in the Chamorro Village to this setup so all farmers come this way and over to this one house also.
Yeah.
So
Jason said he wants to come out and take part in the competition.
I want to come down there and help husk the coconut.
okay, Jason can come down
Yeah,
and
and
husk.
it's a good thing you're open until 4 o'clock because it's probably going to take me from 11:30 to 4 to finish one coconut. Oh, look at that. Okay.
We're
Thank you.
open till
Okay,
4.
that's all for me, right, Nina?
Okay, that's
Okay,
all
well-
we have
well,
from here.
Yeah, Auntie Mern, before I let you go, because my coworker Chris Barnett was saying earlier, do you have any indication on when the night market is going to return to Chamorro Village?
You know, I know they're thinking it through, but they have to take time. And I even
Right.
mentioned just open up in the day for now because in the evening it takes power. It takes much more water, electricity. Those are expensive. So in the day, it might work better because we don't need too much of the power. But can I just introduce you to your uncle again,
Absolutely.
Jay Lawrence?
Hi. Buenas, good morning. Okay, long distance, Amen. No.
Just a busy.
Good morning. Half a day from KUAM.
Good morning. You know the things that we have over here. I think I stick out like a sore thumb because I'm selling my bonsai trees. I have like my miniature bonsais.
Oh, those are beautiful. Can I get a look at what you're offering? Those
Sure,
are
there's
gorgeous.
several-
I love bonsai trees.
Okay. Well, let me show you. This one here is a variegated ficus. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, variegated ficus. And then this one here is a willow ficus. And the variegated ficus is 10 years old. And this one here, this one here are all 10-year-old ficus, bonsai trees. Okay, you see those? Are you able to see them?
Well, my coworker Sabrina, right? Sabrina Salas Mantanani is asking how much are those, and can she reserve one for herself?
Okay. Well, let's say hi to Sabrina. She's also my niece.
Oh,
I just live down the street from her grandma.
Oh, okay, over in Agate. Okay, let me bring her. Let me turn.
Yeah.
Let me turn on her camera right now. We'll bring her in.
Hi, how are you?
There
Yeah.
she is.
Well, these ones over here are in the $100 range,
Mm-hmm.
but that's at like our Metcal price. But in the usual market price, they don't cost a lot more. But I'm just letting it go for 100.
Mhm.
And then the ones that I have over here, these are the $25 to $50 range ones. But these ones are like 5-year-old ficus, and I have starters. Like if someone's interested in doing a starter or interested in doing bonsai, I'll give them starter plants so that they can work at it, and then they can develop their own style of their tree and their plant.
Mm-hmm.
You said 5
So,
years old. Is
if
that pretty
you're
much how big
interested-
they grow?
If you're interested, I can start you off with one so that you can at least learn how to get the feel of it, and then quite frankly, it's very relaxing. It's just so it's not really time consuming, low maintenance, and everything. Just make sure it's watered and fed, and a lot of sunshine, and that's about it.
Well, they're
So-
they're really pretty. I
Yeah,
think I had a
I-
ficus before, but I think
Uncle, what kind of music do they like?
Pardon?
What kind of music do they like?
Yeah, that's Chris Malfunction, Uncle.
They love any kind of music. Sometimes I do classical. Sometimes I sing them band songs.
Wow.
See, those are classy plants, man. They're into the classics.
Right on.
Yes. Well, Sabrina, if you're interested, you know where I live. Just come by the house, and then I'll just introduce you to some of the plants that I have.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And then we'll come down. Well, you know, if you have a chance like today or Friday, come on down because I'm going to do some demonstration here later on today.
Okay,
Very
Uncle.
nice.
Sounds good.
10 to 4 p.m.
Yeah, this is going on today and Friday.
Wednesday and Friday.
Right.
And you know what? I have one of the plants, so it's growing in my home, and it's so beautiful. So I would suggest to you who like to have a bonsai plant, get it from Jay Lawrence because he even went to workshops in Hawaii just to learn how to do it. And some of those plants are 10 years old or more.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have one more, Jason.
Sure.
Uncle Kelly.
Hey.
Uncle Kelly is doing.
Hey, good morning, Uncle Kelly.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good morning. Good to see you. Yeah, what have you got for us this morning? Because I know we don't want to keep you guys too long, but I know you guys open in 9 minutes, so we want to see like a little bit of your store though, if you don't mind.
Well, what I started out is, I started out with just be the labor, to help out with the logistics and all that. Then I got hooked up with growing vegetables. And she said, the only time you can come in here and bring your plants is got to be organic. Nothing of this chemicals you're going to put in. So here's what we started. I started this and it started, hot pepper and going good. And then I started with tomatoes. But this is not the local tomatoes. This is the one that's a little bit bigger, round and all that. So something a little bit different that I'm doing. It's a strange thing for me to be doing this, but with my cousin here, Marilyn, she just gonna get me to get up and go and let's do it.
Yeah, Uncle Kelly, I was gonna say Chris Barnett's right here, so he is like the judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to hot pepper. So
right.
He's probably gonna head down and check out your stuff.
What kind of donut you got there, Kelly?
Yeah.
In the future, we're gonna have tasting of peppers.
Wow.
So maybe he would like to try out for that.
Me and Jason will compete.
Yeah, Auntie Myrn, what kind of donut is that?
That's the local donut, right? The local Guam donut. So it's Sali, donut Sali, okay?
Oh, nice. Yes.
And then, we're very happy to have in our midst the children of Guam. And some of them are here helping and learning. And so I just show you their pictures, okay? So say hi, Claire.
Hi, good morning. Half a day.
She's sitting next to her pet Venado. And then hi.
Hey, good morning, man. Half a day.
This is CQ. And look at him. He's helping Uncle Paul.
Very nice. Are you having fun down there? Okay. Can you tell people to come down to Chamorro Village?
Say come down.
Come down.
Say come down.
Come down.
Yeah, come to Chamorro Village, right?
Come to Chamorro Village and have fun with us because Kelly brought his boombox. So we're going to have Tata music. Tata music, Tata food. We have Spam. And we want to share our gojuria and our other finite mammoths or sweets, okay? So
okay, well, yeah, Auntie Myrna, I got to let you go because I know you guys got about 7 minutes until the event opens. Metcow down at Chamorro Village. Okay, it's beautiful down there. Thank you for sharing so much with us. You guys are there from 10 to 4 today and Friday.
Thank you, Jason, my nephew. Love you, okay?
All right, love you too, Auntie Myrn. Bye.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye-bye. Bye, Nina. Bye, everybody.
Viva!
Viva Chamorro Village!
All right, there you go.
Yeah,
Awesome.
That's good people doing it, and you can just see from the smiles on the faces of the people involved with it. They're just so happy to be back out there.
Right on.
And again, that was our brand new segment, The Greater Good, where we are featuring different events, people in the community that are just doing great things.
Right on.
For Guam.
I almost cried. Because Chris, you stepped out for a sec, but I said, like I was telling my Auntie Marilyn, I was like, Auntie Myrn, that's a beautiful like Lanchero hat. She goes, this is actually your grandfather's.
Oh, wow.
So she had my grandfather's Lanchero hat and his machete, which we could not go anywhere near. My cousins and I, there were two things really sacred with my grandfather: his chickens and his machete.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and The Greater Good was brought to you by Jay Goodman, located in the Agani Shopping Center, open Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. You are in good hands with Jay Goodman.
Right on, you sure are.
Man, I got the feels after that segment.
That was cool how they had the bonsai trees.
They had everything down there.
Yeah.
So bit by bit, things are starting to
What did
open.
he say, Jay? What kind of music they listen to?
They said like a little bit of classical, or like even some more contemporary stuff.
Right, because if you play Chamorro music, they're going to grow tall.
Yep. Have you guys ever tried to care for a bonsai tree?
No, not really.
I wanted to after I saw Karate Kid,
I know.
like everybody,
Yeah.
but it went horribly.
I was just
wrong.
waiting for you to bring up Karate Kid.
Yeah.
Oh, Bev Test Jay Solis commented in here. Whatever happened to your tomato challenge?
Oh.
I actually have some tomatoes there in my office.
Go get it.
Go get it real quick.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, here's. We can't go to commercial break because you got to stay tuned to your
Yes.
screen right
Keep
now.
it right there. When we come back, we're looking at Sabrina's tomatoes.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations, seniors!
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy, we're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it, we all have to make a choice, so whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I am a proud member of the vaccination. Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Living on sponge cake, watching the sun bake. All of the tourists Strumming the six strings on my front porch swing.
Hey, good morning.
The smell of the shrimp as they began to boil.
DUB Margaritaville.
Can we please do the reveal now?
Yeah.
After Bev Test, Jay Salas said, "What is up with that tomato growing competition?"
Right on.
So, wow. Okay.
My plum tomato.
There is no way those are either really big tomatoes or little apples. That's how nice they look.
Yeah, they're plum tomatoes.
Well, there you go.
Nice and juicy.
Are they very, very firm? Or
I'm not
squishy?
sure how the Chief
They're
Justice's tomatoes turned out.
They died.
I'll bring a couple of mine tomorrow. But Brie, those look big and juicy.
They are. They're so good. I mean, they're small, but that's
Yeah.
why they're plum tomatoes. But they're so good.
So those are the ones you're using for the competition. Have you had any that you've used in your own cooking? Like any extra ones?
I was eating it in my salads when I initially was in the on my way to win that food. I mean,
Right
that,
before
weight
you
loss
backed
challenge.
out, right before you backed out of the weight loss thing.
Yeah, but they're really good. Did
Yeah,
you
I
want
know.
one?
Sure.
Well-
She's just eating it like straight.
So what's the flavor profile like? As opposed
It's like a tomato. Jay, have you
Yeah.
ever tried a tomato? It tastes exactly
Yeah.
like that.
Kind of juicy, like a tomato.
Yeah, this guy, dude. What's the flavor profile on a tomato?
Okay, so man, I'm over. I got to interview my Nina today. I'm a happy guy because I really struck out with the shark soul thing.
Yeah,
I really
yeah.
struck out with what is a tomato taste profile. I got
Oh,
to interview my Nina. Okay, I'm batting 500.
All right. He's batting 500. Hey. All right. Good job, Joe, sir. Bree, Jason, Master Control. We got your 6 with our primetime newscast. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
I'm Jason. This is a fun show today.
That was. Any show with you, Jay, is fun.
Thank you.
You got it. Hey, your go-to jam is coming up next on The Breeze. Leaving you with this one from our friend Tim Balahandia. Come one, come all. Esta. Adios.
Happy Wednesday.